leta katiba. Ya tatu ni ya kiuchumi. Uchumi ndio sasa tunapigania. Sawa sawa? Na hii ni mapinduzi ya vijana. Nataka vijana wawe kwa mstari wa mbele. Mko tayari? Vijana mko tayari? Nimesema kila kijana, kila mtoto anazaliwa kwetu, kuanzia nursery, primary, secondary, chuo kikuu, apate nafasi sawa. Sawa? Apate mafunzo mzuri, baadaye awe trained, na kisha kuwa trained apate kazi sawa. Wale ambao wanataka kufanya biashara wapewe mkopo ya kuanzisha biashara yao. Sawa vijana? Tutaanzisha wizara ya vijana, wizara ya vijana na halmashauri ya vijana, National Youth Commission. Sawa? Nataka vijana wafanye kazi wa maana, sio kazi ya kusukuma wilbaro. Nataka wilbaro. Nimesema hapa kule juu mambo ya miraa. Hapa baada papo nimeongea juu ya mambo ya mifugo. Tena mambo ya kilimo hapa ambayo sisi tutachunga vizuri. Lakini vile tutajenga viwanda ya kufanya value addition kwa bidhaa ambayo inatoka kwa mashamba. Sawa vijana? Sawa. Na nimesema kila familia ambaye hawana mapato, kama kuna njaa na chochote, kila mwezi watapata shilingi 6,000 kutoka kwa serikali. Mnaunga mkono? Wangapi naunga mkono? Nione kwa mkono. Sasa vijana, unataka baba aendelee asiendelee? Asiendelee? Wangapi wanasema baba aendelee? Nataka vijana wangu wawe wanajeshi wa baba, wabebe bunduki na risasi. Bunduki ni kitambulisho, risasi ni kura. Sawa? Ili baba akisema about turn, forward march, fire. Vijana fire. Asanteni sana. Sasa niko hapa na mama moja hapa, anatoka hapa na yeye ndiye sasa gavana wa Nairobi.
Mugeni kaere oni mbetagwa Kananu Omwenda, ini acting governor Nairobi, na ndenda kubwira atiri mukuru obukona narua ituku yetu akumwira asanti, na ndirenda burungame nawe nontu ni arungamite na batwe Meru. Kuogu enda kuromba kura, lazima turudishe mkono kwa sababu ni kiongozi mature leader. So asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Tuko hapa Mama Echa Pasaris kutoka Nairobi.
Hello. Mimi nataka kusema asanteni sana kwa kukaribisha baba. Kitu nataka kuambia, baba anapenda kila kabila nchi ya Kenya. Ile kitu ambao watu wanasema baba hapendwi ni kwa sababu walikuwa na competition ya urais na Kibaki na Uhuru Kenyatta. Mkiwa kwa competition ya urais, hiyo si kusema mko na chuki, si ndio? Hiyo ni kusema mnafanya siasa, moja kuna pati yake, mwingine kuna pati nyingine. Baba na Uhuru wako na urafiki ile safi, ile urafiki ya kupenda Kenya. Tafadhali msipoteze na watu ambao wanataka kufanya Kenya isiwe sawa. Asanteni, Mungu awabariki.
Ruto hiyo.
Mudara Kianja baba, mimi naitwa Moroko Mzafeti kutoka kule Meru kwa Miraa. Mmenikaribisha. Sisi tumefika hapa kuomba kura ya Raila, ya President Raila Amolo. President Raila Amolo. Ya pili tunasema Gavana Kiraitu Arundi, sawa sawa. Na tunasema Dr. Kelani Mwiri hapa, sawa sawa. Sawa sawa. Sasa nyinyi msikuwa kura mwakiza, tumechagua baba. Asante sana.
Halo. Waje sasa niwapatie Munya aongee. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Tuko na furaha kubwa sana siku ya leo kuwa na baba hapa nyumbani. Umefurahia kuwa na baba? Wangapi wanasema wako na furaha? Nione. Baba tunamwamini kwa sababu amesimama kidete kwa miaka mingi akitaka mabadiliko Kenya, sawa sawa. Na tunajua akiingia State House ile kazi president amefanya na yeye ataongezea, na ili eneo letu ambao liko kame hapa chini, najua Raila atakisha umepata maji ya kutosha, na wale wanajaribu kutuibia ardhi hapa, unajua tuliambia president mwenyewe akasimamisha hiyo maneno, lakini nimesikia anaendelea tena. Lakini tumesema hapana, ardhi yenu lazima muinyakue, sawa sawa. Hata kule Samburu aliwasaidia, hata hapa atasaidia, na baba atashunga hiyo mambo. Wangapi wanasema baba tosha? Baba tosha! Baba tosha! Musalimiwe na Mporo, musalimiwe na Mporo.
Asante anto betu bakanjae na warambe mkono peo harambe no peo Kirinyaga wakoi no peo Kirinyaga wangara no peo Kirinyaga dibe modombe no peo Kirinyaga kilakilia no peo weka mkono no peo hara mzee. Karibu kwa chama ya Wameru Nopeo, National Ordinary People Empowerment Union, sa chama ya mwananchi wa kawaida. Nimesema kwamba baba, tunaimani na wewe, tunafanya kazi na wewe, kwa sababu serikali ambayo unaleta haitakuwa na ukabila wowote. Kwa hiyo machache nasema kwamba karibu Meru community. Nema katema na tunaenda kuwa wacheza Munya, wacheza Raila, Kirinyaga wa Ui, Kirinyaga wa Koi, Kirinyaga wa Ngara. Na thank you.
Thank you so much. That was just to set us for the debate today, and I can see we are smiling. Some are laughing. Karibu sana, naona James, naona Boke, naona Jacob Frank. Karibuni sana kwa mjadala wa leo. Indeed, it's going to be wide and across, and we are going to hear our reactions to those specific scenarios. Raila, of course, in Meru, Ruto, of course, what do you think about their side, and Uhuru in Kirinyaga. So there are a few things that he was able to say, like loans to young people to conduct business, grants, the loans being transformed into grants. That means that there is no paying back. Creating National Youth Commission that is strong, so that it can help youths get jobs that are helpful. says not just kazi si kazi, kazi lazima iwe kazi ya maana. And of course the social protection that he talked about, and this time he's saying it is 6,000 per month, you know. So along with that, he also talked about voter registration, and included in that, you see, he was able to bring out the idea of inclusivity, where he's including all the other parties as opposed to the competitors who have said that he should be able to, you know, they should disband their parties to join his party. So I want to hear our reactions, initial opening remarks, and I want to start with James. James, what do you think about that? You need to unmute. You need to unmute yourself.
How are you?
Fine, James.
How are you?
Fine, James.
Yes.
Welcome. Yeah.
Sasa ile imefanyika leo ni kuonyesha ubabe. Hao wote uliona pale, wale ndio wasemi pale. Wale wengine walikuwa na cheza tu, ni kama vile kuku changa anacheza kwa village. Sasa hawa ndio vigogo, hawa ndio wasemi wa mambo, na ukiangalia wote hata ingawa wengine hawasikizani kisiasa, walikuwa wameshikana kwa hiyo maneno, ni kumaanisha wanaelekea njia moja kisiasa, na ni kitu ambayo wengine wale walikuwa wanaangalia na wanatarajia walikuwa wanaangalia kwa undani kwa siku kadhaa. Unajua watu ya pale huwezi kuenda kuwarukia tu namna hii, wanakuanga na njia zao za kuamua maneno, na wanaongea sana. Wana viongozi wao, wana viongozi ambao wanaamini. Kuna wale wachanga hao saa zingine wanaachwa warukaruke, lakini mwishowe kuna wale wanawaita na wanaambia sasa, baada ya hiyo kuenda pale na pale, sasa njia ndio hii. Na ninakwambia kwamba hii tu ni matarajio, ile it's a preparation for what is going to happen in Limuru 3. Ni matarajio kwamba wakienda pale watakuwa washachukua msimamo, na pale hata hakuna kujadiliana sana, watakuwa wameenda kuweka rubber stamp. Na kwa sababu mkubwa leo alikuwa Kirinyaga, ulisikia hakutaka kusema direct, lakini ni kama karibu agusie ni nani angetaka. Juu aliuliza watu, mmeona rafiki wangu mmoja amepitia hapa hivi karibuni, mtafanya vile mnataka. Ni vile hangetaka ifikie pahali aambiwe ni project, kwamba ni yeye anasukumilia. Kwa hivyo wamefanya unjaja kwamba huyu mzee baba aende awe endorsed kwa kila region na wababe wa region, kila region. Leo imekuwa ni Meru, siku ile ingine ilikuwa huko Nakuru, na itakuwa namna hiyo mpaka mwisho, halafu mwizoe Limuru, na hapo ndio sasa mambo yote itamalizikia. Demba.
Asante sana James for your kwa hayo, at least umejaribu kuona kwa umbali, umeona vile inafanyika. Jacob Frank, you are muted. Umemute simu yako. Okay.
Unanisikia?
Sawa. Yeah, hapo sawa.
Mtembei, kuna kitu imenichekesha hapa moja. Wakati nani huyu mwenye amepatiwa mic anaongea, anasema mnataka muongee na Mbara. Akijiji wa Meru nyinyi.
Tuliwaambia this time round tunashinda Ruto in Mount Kenya, mnaona kaa jokes.
Hapana, ni jina ndio imenifurahisha. Mnataka muongee na Mboro.
Anaitwa Mboro Mtobori. He is the owner of No Peo. Sasa unasikia akisema nini? Yote ya kwa against Raila No Peo. Yaani Ruto sasa hapo ameisha kabisa.
Okay, kuna kitu nataka niongelee moja ambayo imekuwa ikifanyika sana kwa watu wa Tanga. Wakati William Ruto akikuja Homa Bay ama hapa Kisii, Jumini Mkisii, wanasema William Ruto watu wakikuja wengi wanasema William Ruto amepata kura ama ameanza kuingia mizizi. Pati baba akienda kama chuzi akiwa Eldoret, uliona ile haraiki ya watu. Thousands of people walikuja kuona baba na wakamhakikishia kwamba 2022 wanampatia kura. Lakini ikifika eti baba amepata watu wengi kama wenye walikuwa Eldoret ama wenye walikuwa na Nyuki ama Nyahururu, wanasema watu wamekuja kumuona, hizo si kura. Wacha tuambiane ukweli, watu wa Tanga wamekosa kitu ya kuongelea. Hawana kabisa. Juu wakiona baba akiwa na followers ama wafuasi, wanaanza kuleta propaganda zenye ziko. Kitu ingine, kitu imehappen leo Meru. Mtembei wewe ni Mmeru. Na ningependa siku moja usimame kiti, mimi nitahamisha kura yangu nilete huko. Enda muambie watu kwenye serikali inaenda. Mimi niko Kisii, naambia wa Kisii kwenye serikali inaenda. Mtembei, sisi ndio tutafanya vijana wakuwe na uamuzi ambao utakuwa na direction ya 2022. Sisi vijana turudi mashinani. Ile siku unaenda kuona bibi mashinani, bibi yako watatu au yule mwingine wanne, enda muambie na yeye apeleke ujumbe kwa vijana wengine ya kwamba serikali ya 2022 itatengenezwa na vijana. Serikali ya 2022 itatengenezwa na baba akishirikiana na vijana. Hiyo tu. Kitu ingine, ukiangalia hii declaration ambayo imefanywa watu wa Central ambao wameamua kushika baba mkono like Kanini Kega. Mimi sikuwahi jua Kanini Kega until wakati sijui alipatiwa kiti gani ya Jubilee. Hiyo ndio nilianza kujua ujamaa. Kumbe ni kijana ambaye alikuwa amejificha, hakuwa amepatiwa ama hakuwa ameondolewa nje watu wamuone. Ni kijana ambaye anajitengeneza. Ni kijana ambaye akona nguvu ya kisiasa. Kanini Kega akiendelea hivi na asijaribu kuruka kamba, I can tell you that Kanini Kega kisiasa anaenda mbali. Akishirikiana na Uhuru Kenyatta, ashirikiana na Odinga, washikane, hao majamaa wanaenda mbali. Kitu ingine, ninajua ya kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta hawezi akainua mkono baba juu amwambie that huyu ndio mtu nitawaachia. Hiyo itakuwa kama project. But najua Uhuru Kenyatta president wetu, kura yake na ya bibi yake na watoto wake na mama Ngina na familia yote ya Kenyatta plus wale wanamfuata nyuma yake, believe me not, kura zote zitakuwa sababa. Ninajua ya kwamba 2022 tutakuwa na serikali nyingine. Na 2022 tukiingia kwa serikali, hii mambo yenye tunaona hapa Mtembei kila siku tunalia pesa zimepotea 2 billion, pesa za afya zimepotea, pesa za Kimwareli William Ruto ameweka kwa mfuko zote. Hii kiwanja ya hapa Ngong imechukulia ya shule, unaona? Wamenyakua Western Hotel. Ukienda Hasara Cheti ambayo wakati alichukua uongozi 2013 akaenda West Africa, Hasara Cheti hiyo kesi haijaongelewa mpaka siku hizi. Hata ukiuliza mtu wa UDA saizi Hasara Cheti ilienda wapi, hawezi akakwambia. Vitu kama hizo ndio ningependa baba afuatilie, tujue Hasara Cheti hizo pesa zilienda wapi. Kimwareli silikuwa 57 billion, hizo pesa zilienda wapi? Unajua wanasema ya kwamba baba anasema anahidi wa Kenya 6000 per month. Baba anajua penye atatoa pesa. Hizi pesa zenye zinaendelea kuibiwa Kenya each and every night, hizo pesa zitarudi kwa wananchi, kila mwananchi apate share yake. Unajua Kenya hii tuko na pesa, wacha niwaambie. Kenya hii tuko na pesa. Ukiangalia zile magari wanaume wanatembelea hapa nje, alafu wengine wanasema hawana pesa. Pesa ziko. Na kila wakati na kila usiku na mchana wanaume wananunua gari. Unaona, Kenya tuko na pesa, ni ile matumizi ya pesa na penye zenye zinatumika ndio hatujui, na ndio hatujui vile zinatumika. So ningeomba ya kwamba sisi zote tushirikiane. Tuache kuangalia, unajua wengine hapa kwa comment section nimeona wakisema sijui Raila Odinga amekuwa kwa serikali for long. Raila Odinga hajaikuwa president. Okay, Raila Odinga akianza politics alianza kama yeye. Hakuna siku tuliandikiana na Raila Odinga chini tukaambiana ya kwamba sasa tumekupatia mandate ya kuwa politician wetu. Raila Odinga akitaka kustahafu kutoka kwa siasa sasa ni yeye. So hii mambo ya kutuambia hapa eti baba ni mzee amezeeka nini hizo ni zako. Ukiona kama Raila Odinga ni mzee uwezi kumpatia kura, patia William Ruto aenda kuibia na bibi yako. We don't care. But hii mambo ya kutuambia eti kila endeni mbadilishe slogan watu wa Ruto. Hakuna siku mtakuja kutuambia hapa eti Raila Odinga ni mzee. Sijui kama ni mzee, patia Raila Odinga bibi yako. Akitoka hapo asipochechemea ndio tujue Raila Odinga ni mzee. Baba ako na nguvu. Still has power. Baba ako na nguvu hata ya kufanya ile kitu yenye anataka. So hii mambo ya kutupeleka hivi kutuambia baba ni mzee, sijui tafuta slogan nyingine mtuambie Raila Odinga ameshindwa kufanya hii na hii na hii. Kitu kingine kuna hii kitu wanasema sijui baba alikuwa MP sijui Kibera hakufanya nini. Baba alikuwa Kibera. Ukiingia leo hii mtu mwenye anaongea Kibera eti baba hako upgrade Kibera ni mtu mwenye huko Sugoi aje hivi hata ajui fare ya kufika Nairobi ni ngapi. Baba akiwa MP mimi naweza kukupeleka Mtembe. Wewe Mtembe umeishi huko Kibera. Zile nyumba za Raila zenye alitengeneza kwa during the Grand Coalition ya nini ya Kibaki na yeye. Hizo nyumba watu wenye wanaishi huko mpaka wakare nchini wanaishi hapo. Na wanaishi kwa hizo nyumba mtu wako online kutusi baba ya kwamba hakuwa ifanyia watu wa Kibera kitu yoyote. Na ana type hiyo ujinga kutoka kwa nyumba yenye baba alitengeneza. Baba alijaribu kuupgrade slums in Kenya. Baba alijaribu kufanya kazi, ni ile kulikuwa na upingamizi, hakuwa na nguvu. Sasa tunaenda kumpatia nguvu, tunaenda kumpatia president, sasa tunaenda kumpatia mandate, sasa tunaenda kumpatia nguvu za kufanya kazi. Means kufika pale 2027 hiyo silamu yenye mnaongelea Kibera haitakuwa huko. Watu watakuwa wanatoka kwa nyumba ya permanent akikuja Nairobi kufanya kazi. So kama baba hakufanya kazi, wewe unaongea baba hakufanya kazi. Ni nini Ruto alifanya akiwa MP nini Eldoret North? Sijui ilikuwa Eldoret North ama Sugoi. Alifanya nini? Watu wa Sugoi bado wanalia. Chuzi mwezi wa 6 nilikuwa Sugoi. Nimepita hapo. Hizo tractors zenye zinapitisha miwa. Hizo tractors zenye zinatoka side ya Uganda. Hakuna njia, hakupitiki. Mvua ikinyesha, hakuna gari inapita huko. Wewe uko hapo unatuambia that Raila Odinga hakufanya kitu yote Kibera, ili hadi wewe unatoka Sugoi na hakuna kitu yenye William Ruto amefanya Sugoi. Tuache mchezo. Tunataka kiongozi mwenye ako na maono, kiongozi mwenye atakaa na wananchi chini. Si kiongozi mwenye anaenda huko, anaenda Mombasa kwanza kuambia wananchi ya kwamba eti Raila Odinga na Uhuru Kenyatta wamekuwa taberi. Unatusi bosi wako taberi. Mwenye amekupatia kiti, mwenye amekupatia unakula mshahara, unapata salary every month. Alafu unakuja kutuambia hapa Uhuru amekuwa taberi. William Ruto anafanya mchezo. Mimi ningekuwa president William Ruto ningempiga risasi akufe. Tuwasaidie kitu yoyote.
Haya. Tumesikia opening remark. Asante sana Jacob, Frank, Duke Mokaya. Unmute.
Jacob, Frank akiongea mambo mingi kuhusu Raila Amolo Odinga na akikataa sana ati William Ruto hawezi kuwa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Pengine ni fikira zake na kitu kuset record straight ati wakisi wote 90% except some Luos who live in that land, they are supporting William Samoei Ruto. I want to unpang the myth which Jacob is trying to put across that Wakisi, they are nearby Raila Amolo Odinga. So my point is this one, that number one, it is true for the record that Raila Amolo Odinga is the only presidential candidate we have who is likely and who has done that before rejecting the election results, which has led to disruption of the normal dailies of the lives of Kenyans. That he did it in 1997, 2007, 2013, and 2017. All those years. The problem in the election in Kenya is Raila Amolo Odinga, the factor in all those elections. So in 1997 to 2000, the Rangata constituency was ranked the last one in terms of performance of whatever the CDF amount that was being given by that time. Now,
Yeah,
telling
such
us
a
that
problem. When did
telling us
CDF
that
start? CDF ilianzia Kenya lini unasema sijui 97 hapa?
you have your opportunity to respond. It is my time.
No, why
Your
should you?
time ikifika, you say what you have to say.
Huh?
The chair, you
No,
protect
one
me
question like,
because now
why
their
should you
time.
una protect
I
your
answer that question. I
no,
will answer that question later on.
na ni ripoti gani hili rank Raila kama ras kwa kutumia CDF yenyewe kwa where is it?
I will answer that question later on after I've said all that I have to say.
Hapana, si hapo
Number
umeendelea
two,
na CDF kwa where
number
was
two,
CDF in 97? Enda
the
fanya
chair, you
research yako.
protect me. You protect me because
Kwenda huko fanya research yako kuja na hiyo story. Utasemaje CDF ilikuwa 97? Hata kama ni kudanganya, acha Ruto adanganya, but si mtu akuja hapa kudanganya. Just talk facts.
Okay,
CDF
but
97.
Mtembei, that's not the way, that's not the right way.
No,
No, no, no.
na CDF, si mtu aseme CDF ilikuwa lini ya kurank watu
No,
97.
there's a correct way. There's a correct way of
Correct way
kuambia
ni
mtu.
uache kudanganya uonge ukweli. That is how we do it here.
Now what we expect here, Duke, and the rest who are coming,
yes,
we expect that before you come on, kindly have your facts straight. Usikuje kusema tu vitu. Yeah. Usikuje na propaganda. No, but you must have a way of correcting person, someone.
if I'm not wrong, if I didn't hear
No, if you know
Frank
it, this is an open
wrongly,
forum. No,
if
if
I
you know
didn't
it,
hear
wait,
Frank
Duke,
wrongly,
wait.
yes.
Duke, wait, yeah. And now we anaongea pia wait. You are trying to say that there's a correct way na wewe mwenyewe uko on the wrong. Unaongelelea hapo katikati, which is also not right. So you can't correct a wrong with another wrong. So what you are saying, Duke, you need to. Kuna mtu haja mute. Is it Andy? Andy mute. Thank you. Before you come, kwa mfano ukiulizwa kama CDF ilikuja siku fulani, unasema ati alikuwa ranked na CDF last, which paper, when, so that you don't get yourself into a lot of trouble. Ukikuja hapa, know your facts. That is what you are saying. Just know your facts and you say them as it goes. Sasa Duke, hiyo itaku avoid a lot of issues. Now, all the people, we are not only bringing people who are from whichever side. Come, lakini come with your facts kwa channel, so that we prosecute, because there are people who are here to learn. We don't want just to give people propaganda. Oh, Raila was ranked, which kwanza kabisa issues of slum. There's no constituency without a slum. Hakuna, hata Ruto kwake huko kuna slums. You know, so hii issue ya kuja kusema ati those are just propagandas. So don't come with propaganda. Hiyo wacha huko kwa political podium. When you're coming to join here, come with your facts straight. I think that one is fair. So ukiulizwa when, say when, na uendelee kusubmit. Hiyo kitu ya kusema ati nitazisema baadaye, people finish the submission here, washa create propaganda, then they leave. So you've already fed people on propaganda and you have left. So that is why you are being put onto your stores. Kama uko na hiyo fact, kama una sema sina, then you withdraw the statement and you continue. Okay, go on, Mokaya.
So when I came in, I wanted to say that when I came in, I found amidst a lot of propaganda. For example, if I can point out a few, that William Ruto is imbricated in Arola and Kimwareri Dam. And the previous, he had said in this platform that the Nordin Aj, the director of public prosecutor, was on TV telling Kenyans that William Ruto was not involved in Arola and Kimwareri Dam. So when I hear such propaganda being said and you run very fast, talk about the ranking of Raila Amolo Odinga being the last in terms of development in Langata constituency between 1997 and 2000.
We ndio kunasema hivi DPP hakusema Ruto hayuko implicated. Alisema tu ile evidence amepewa bando haiko enough. Hakusema Ruto is not implicated. Hiyo clip ya K24 tuko nayo. Hakusema hivyo. Nyinyi ndio tu mnacheza hivyo. Ndio alisema
So if I move on, these two individuals who are the leading presidential candidates, all of them are very corrupt. There's none of them who is maybe as white as cotton, as they say, because we can name the Mumia Sugar Company alone for Raila Amolo Odinga. We can name the case kwa vijana that backfired.
Duke, hold on.
We can
Hold
also
on,
name
Duke. Goje.
Yes.
So you've said a statement that all of them are corrupt. So therefore, all of them are corrupt. So Ruto is corrupt, right?
Ruto is corrupt, like just
Good.
as Raila Amolo
So
Odinga is corrupt.
Wait. So what corruptions do you think or believe that Ruto has been engaged in? What are the corruption cases that you think? Before you mention Raila, tell us what corruption cases you know about Ruto, because that's your candidate.
Maybe somebody does not take himself to jail, so it's not prudent to start trashing that information anyway. I can only talk about my opponent as I praise the one I vote for, the one I support. So I will definitely not talk about the corruptions of William Ruto. I will be pronounced more of Raila Amolo Odinga to debunk the fact you are prosecuting Ruto on the.
You've already said that he's corrupt.
Of course, from the public information which exists, the propaganda oil machineries, there's a lot of allegations all over about William Ruto. So that is no different from other people.
Stop contradicting yourself, Duke. Wewe ukasema watu wawili wako corrupt, ukiambiwa uongee na Ruto hautaki kuongea. Can you name corruption zenye Ruto amefanya before uendelee na uongee ya Raila? Stop contradicting yourself, bwana. Tuko na live show. Tupatie fact.
Tuendelee, achane na hiyo ng'ombe.
I think Duke, Amanda, Frederick, give your submissions, please. Unmute.
Sorry. Okay. Kwangu mimi Wakenya tunapenda kuongeza vitu yenye ziko. Sasa hii tunaenda katika uchaguzi. Kuna vitu watu wanaongezea. Na hiyo ndio wanapenda kuchochea sana kati ya viongozi. Kiongozi fulani amesema hivi na tukiangalia sisi raia ndio tunaumia. Juu hatufuatilii maagizo. Utapata amesema hivi, kufika kwa ground anabadilisha. Mimi kwangu Wakenya tuache siasa za potevu ama kusingizia kitu yenye haiko. Kama saa hii siasa yenye tunapiga kati ya aliyekuwa waziri mkuu na deputy president, tunaona kwamba mambo ni bottom up economy na upande hii ni kazi kwa vijana. Tukiangalia ile ahadi deputy president aliweza kutoa, hawakuweza kuitimiza. Na huku mzee anakuja na mpango yake. Tunaona mzee anajaribu kuelekeza vijana, na in hali sisi vijana hatuoni, tunakimbilia the cheap politics. Na hiyo cheap politics ndio itatuangamiza kama Wakenya. Yangu ni hayo.
Okay, asante sana. Asante sana Frederick. Engineer Planet. Huyu engineer yupo? Kama upo tafadhali unmute. Haya, huyu yuko. Tisa. Karibu. Unmute.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening. Kindly make your initial submission.
Okay, thank you very much. I got in when you had a very hot debate between, I think, Cord and Duke. One thing that I will tell you for free is that those who are supporting DP are lost because they can't table any fact. They don't know what their man stands for. They don't know what their man wants, but they're following him anyway. For instance, Chapter 6 of the Kenyan Constitution is talking about integrity and leadership. It simply means that Kenyans are supposed to elect those who are not corrupt. When we say DP is corrupt, we have evidence. There was a case that involved DP and Muteshi. DP was taken to court, charged and found guilty. He was ordered by court to pay Muteshi. That is corruption. How many times do you want DP to be involved in corruption to be called corrupt? Corruption is corruption, whether it is one or two. So DP is corrupt. Raila Odinga has not been taken to any court of law, charged and found guilty of corruption. So when we're talking about corruption, we know why we are saying this. As we speak, we are talking about the Western Hotel. DP admitted on CNN when he was being interviewed that indeed he acquired that land illegally. That is also corruption. So we are talking about corruption that we know was committed. We are not just guessing things. Two, it has been argued, and I want to repeat it again. I listened to some people arguing today that the 6K Mr. Odinga is talking about is not tenable. Let me tell you one thing. The problem we have in this country are people who think that they know, but they know absolutely nothing. Mr. Odinga has explained time without number how this thing will be achieved. And yesterday I said that even in South Africa, this program is happening, where the vulnerable, single moms, and the disabled are given this money to caution them. It is not handout. It pains me to hear a whole deputy president running around the country saying that Mr. Odinga is planning to give handout, yet we know that he's the king of handouts. Three, before I finish, Mr. Odinga has explained time without number where the money will come from to be able to roll out this program. One, he has said that he will tame corruption. You will never hear DP talking about taming corruption because that is his second name. Two, he has said that the ministries will take a pay cut of 25%. Those are the sources of the money that Mr. Odinga would require to be able to run this program. Those who are supporting the DP, kindly please tell us what DP will do with the 5 years is really looking for that he could not do with the 9 years he had. I listened again to somebody saying that the DP is not part of the government. Ladies and gentlemen, if ladies are here, of course I know they are there. Ladies and gentlemen, DP is part of the government of Kenya, Jubilee. DP still has its ministers attending cabinet meetings. DP is still drawing salary. DP is still enjoying the state legacies. DP is still called the deputy president of Kenya. DP's agenda whenever he goes out to campaign is to remind people that I am the deputy president of Kenya. It simply means that the buck stops with him. So if the government of Jubilee has failed, then as Uhuru is going home, let him tag along his DP. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tisa. Stay on. WG, it's your turn. Your initial submissions. And even as hold on,
No,
even as
I think
WG, go ahead.
Themba, I've just arrived. I just want to soak a little bit in those kind of, contributions made by Tesa. Let me soak a little bit so that I catch up.
Okay, thank you so much, WG, for that. And even as they are coming in, kindly continue writing. We are seeing what you're writing. We are reading them and you're acknowledging them. So keep coming in. Simon Dungo, Esther Mudure, we are seeing you. Oliver Mwashi, Nawaona, Daniel Oyugi, we are seeing you. Keep writing your comments. And those saying that this channel is for ODM, kindly, there's a link there. If you come from any other persuasion, UDA, Oka, and you want to join in and come with your facts, join in and help us understand what we don't understand. about your persuasion. If it is UDA, help us understand. But we are going to interrogate whatever position you hold. So the next person I want to call is the way you get the poster. Huyu ameingia saizi ni nani? Yeah, Andrew. Andrew, are you there?
Yes, I'm very glad to have this opportunity, and I'm taking this chance to say that if people may say that I'm partisan, I will be very glad to be called a partisan man. My part, I say I'm very glad that His Honor, the right Raila Amolo Odinga has given us the opportunity that where he says that he'll give us 6,000 shillings to the people who are having issues with their funds. And I could like anybody from UDA to come out and say why that 1,000 shillings is more than one wheelbarrow, and given 6,000 shillings every month, and you're a business person, you can go and buy a goat. If you can intend to buy a goat every month, I think economically you're very far ahead of the others. Wheelbarrow is something that needs somebody to drive it. It needs energy, and I think I have no energy that will drive me every morning go and push wheelbarrows without having something that I will wheelbarrows for and generate me some money.
Andrew na katika
In Meru University, told
Andrew.
Of the country.
Andrew,
so you
Andrew.
can invest in our youth in
Andrew.
our country. Yes.
We are missing your points kwa sababu unakatika. Would you go out then you come back in again? Maybe check your connection. Sam. Unmute and you give.
Themba,
Sam,
please.
unmute.
I wanted to request if you could remind us of the topic of today.
Yeah, it's okay. I can remind you. It's Raila takes Meru by storm. Ruto is in panic mode, and Uhuru is in Kirinyaga. So we are discussing whatever Raila talked about today. And Raila said he's going to give loans to young people to start businesses. He's going to transform the loans, the help loans, into grants. Grants you don't give back. Loans you have to give back. So help inakutafuta. He also talked about National Youth Council that is going to strengthen. Ndio isaidie watu kupata kazi ambazo ni nzuri. Then social protection, the 6K per month that is going to be given to vulnerable population, vulnerable homes, families. It's not given per person, it's given per family. I think what is going on out there is that every person, and then they have started coining something else, that if he's going to give 6,000 per month, and that becomes 200 per day, then a normal hustler who doesn't make any money gets around 600 per day. So this hustler is going to be making more than what is being given by Raila, by the other side. Now that is the propaganda they are trying to give a calculation on the other side. So we can debunk that. And of course, he talked about voter registration. So I think you can keep aligning yourself. You can, before, for those who are coming in, try to watch what has gone on, and then you come in with the facts. So Sam, is Sam still on?
Yeah, Sam is on. How are you?
Good, go on.
Yeah, sasa ili nikutaka kuchagua ni kuwa halo.
Endelea.
Yeah, go on.
Chenye nikutaka kuchagua ni kuwa huwezi niambia mtu anapata 6K per month juu kumsaidia leo namsaidia siku ngine Amen.
Sam is not
Then,
audible.
hello?
Sam is not
Hello?
audible.
Eh?
You are not audible.
Okay, let's have Widani Weru Andegwa.
Yes. Good
Okay.
evening, people. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you, Weru. Go on.
Okay, my point. I think I would just say Moses Tisa just said everything as I would like to hear. One, I'd say out of maybe let me speak from Mount Kenya youth point of view. I'd say out of 10, you find 10 people and 9 of them are supporting Ruto, but they have no reason. Majority of them, they tell you, okay, mostly Raila is known as one person who understands the history of this nation. Anytime he'll have the mic, he will try to rejuvenate, bring the real history into reality. And you'll hear the UDA guy saying that it's not time for history. We need to hear real things. Yet, when they are given the mic to address the community, they'll just say that Uhuru said 10 and 10. So we are also trying to bring, it's like trying to say one thing in a different way, yet they are just contradicting themselves. So maybe I think we have a very long way to go to try and change the Kenyan politics. In a way, we want hello? Hello?
SN, kindly mute. Thank you.
Okay,
Go on, Weru.
I was saying.
Wengine wanaingianga ina bang.
Yeah.
Okay, it's okay. Okay, what I was saying is that we need to let people know that it's time now we start seeing the real thing. I think for me, Raila in the mountain, Raila has done very well for the last couple of weeks. With the help of some, okay, Raila does not need the help of anyone to climb the mountain. He's going there alone. Like Peter Moga said, Raila, people are going for Raila, not actually. It's the time for the presidency to go look for Raila, not Raila look for it anymore. So Raila is going there, selling himself. Yet we are there. Then the people will follow him. He's not mobilizing. No one is being mobilized to follow him. People are doing it willingly. It's time for him. Yet on the other side, people are paid, people are mobilized. So I think we can now be able to see the difference between the two camps. That's why you'll find someone somewhere today, it's disappointed because of the outcome. Yeah, on the other side, Uhuru was today in Kirinyaga. He spoke to the people. He addressed the real issues. And at a point, used the local language. And he told the people that there's someone coming to the region, ignite the fire and leaves. I told the people, it's now the time for you to think of how you can get your own fire and have in mind where the firewood is stored. So that even if the person goes, you'll still go, take the firewood and continue lighting your own fire. I think that's enough for today.
Thank you, Weru, and you can stay on. We've just started the debate for today, so you can still stay on. Very, very important points that you're bringing out there. Ruto, wherever he's going, you hear, we'll be having a meeting tomorrow. There will be empowerment, and then when he finishes, he called some few people, then he said, hata hapa nimeacha milioni moja. But there's nowhere that you've seen Raila saying, leo nimeacha milioni moja hapa. So people have to be told you are expecting to be given million. The other day, I think he was in Mombasa, and he said, nimeacha milioni 2 na anawaambia hiyo milioni 2 haitoshi. Next year nitaongeza CDF. You know, he's telling you ataongeza CDF, yet there's a law that parliamentarians are the ones who pass those laws to give how much to give to CDF. So that already is propaganda. I want to bring in, is it Beggy? Beggy, go ahead.
Yes, unanipata?
That parliamentarians are the ones who pass those laws to give how much to give to CDF. So that already is propaganda.
Okay,
Hello, mute your mic.
mnanipata?
Yes, endelea.
Yes.
I am Beggy. I have been following the politics since Raila started to campaign, and then today he was in Meru. In Meru, there was a scenario whereby in Meru we have two rivals, the Munya and the Kiraito. So each one of both they have been governors, and then each one of us was trying to show the mighty, but I think Raila is gaining the ground. Raila is going on his own way, unlike other competitors. If you differentiate the politics of Raila and Ruto, the two, they have a very big difference. There is a much difference between the way Raila campaigns and the way Ruto campaigns. Raila campaigns on facts, and he uses a political platform whereby he says what he has achieved. And then when you look at Ruto campaigns on a scenario whereby kazi yake tu ni kusema nitatenga, nitafanya, but at the end of the day, wakati unaangalia track record yake, you find that it's almost cumulate from the scale ya 1 to 10, napata is at scale 2, whereby what he has achieved is less than what he is purporting to do. And then ukiangalia the people who are following Ruto and people who are following Raila, they make much difference. Ruto is being followed by first time MPs. Hawa watu wajui kama atarudi, hawajaisoma siasa ya Kenya. They think that wakati mtu akuna crowd, wakati mtu akuna followers, na much of the followers wa Ruto ni watu wa bodaboda, na watu wa some of them are from four livers. Lakini ukiangalia watu wenye wanafuata Raila kutoka nyuma ni watu wamekomaa kisiasa. Look at the Meru rally today. Ilikuwa tu ni vigogo, people wenye wamekomaa kisiasa kabisa. Juu kama Kiraito hawezi kuwa elected the second time governor, automatically to be vote itakuwa tu ni Munya. So nataka muangalie hiyo siasa vile inaenda. And then about the 6,000 which Raila is talking about, nimeenda Poland, guys are being given some money by the government. Wale watu wenye hawajiwezi kabisa in the village. Nakumbuka in Kenya kuna watu who cannot even afford 50 bob per day. Wale watu maskini, waite maskini, wale wa chini kabisa, the vulnerable in the community. Here is a guy who's giving 200. Na si kila mtu atapata, juu ukienda kwa like eneo lenu, chief mwenyewe he can be able to identify. These guys, the kitu is possible, like mkiangalia kuna hii saga ya NYS we lost a lot of money. That money can be converted into form of what? Equal in form of a token that is being given by the government to support the vulnerable. Angalia the Kimarere and Aroli Dam. That is a lot of money which was being lost in times of corruption. So hiyo upkeep ya Raila kwa the vulnerable community is a reality and it can happen. Unlike hii ya Ruto anasema atapeana 100 million in form of CDF. CDF, it's a bill. Before hii pesa ichukuliwe iende kwa constituency, bill must be passed by the parliament. Ndio hiyo pesa ifanye nini? ikuje kwa constituency. That was what was in BBI. BBI ilikuwa imeongeza hiyo pesa, but why did they reject PPI? And then naweza sema Ruto radicalize youths. Watu wezi wambia kitu ikwe uongo, they will just stick to what Ruto is saying. So I don't know how we can counter that. Ndio hawa jamaa at least waelewe the reality, wajue mahali ukweli iko. And then ya mwisho baba anastahili akuwe na wale watu wana articulate issues vizuri. Ukiangalia timu ya Ruto ako nayo jamaa anaitwa Kimani, wende Mohamed Ali, wende the first time MPs wenye wakisimama tu juu wanamtetea from the beginning mpaka mwisho. They can take the show for the youth. So Raila anastahili akuwe na young MPs wenye wako very strong, still the likes of Junet Mohamed na nani anaitwa the other guy nimemsahau kidogo. So anastahili akuwe na very strong guys wenye wakisimama mbele ya watu, they can be able to articulate issues nicely. I think that is my submission.
Thank you. So on the last one, you said that Junet, Ishungwa, Mohamed Ali, they're articulating issues. Okay, give me one scenario. You remember it is Ishungwa who said that teachers do you know how many votes Ruto lost from that statement alone?
Actually, what I meant,
that huyo ni mwalimu wa chaki tu.
Articulate plan. Unaona vitu yenye nafanya like unapata zile vitu inafanya zinaenda mpaka to the local level. Like unawapata mara mtu amepanda juu ya nyumba. Yani they try to show the real scenario in the village. Look at the likes of Halwale, the likes of Didmas Baraza, what they are doing. That is what I mean. At least they try to reach the community, wajue vile ground iko huko chini. That is what I mean. Guys who go on their own way, they articulate issues. Achana na ile nye nani alisema huyu Ichungwa as in teachers watu wachoka. I meant wale watu wenye at least wanafika kwa ground huko chini, wanaelewa what is happening. That is what I meant.
Beggy?
I think Beggy hata hapo umejichanganya. But yes sir.
Beba, please.
Yeah.
I think naweza sema kitu yenye Beggy anatry kusema. Beggy is trying to say not really articulating, it's meaning like those people who get to the ground and interact with the common people. I think that's what it's trying to say. Like go
That
there.
is what I mean. Yeah.
But you see now, okay, on that, I think I haven't on that. I think they don't really mean that they are trying to use that like a political tool. Like I will just walk, find a boda boda man and lied on the boda boda so that everyone will see, so this person on this team, it's just like us. He's using a motorbike like us. It's just show off being. Those are just petty politics. You'll find someone like Balaza will go find people who are building a madhouse, and then you'll just be part of it. So I think politicians can do anything to try and maybe appear like they're in the same class with the common mwananchi, which is not the truth. So for Baba will always be Baba. Baba is lead. You don't pretend.
Alafu Beggy, I think there's a difference between articulating issues and having issues to articulate. Because the other side, if you listen to them, there's a consistent repeat of certain lies. You see, it doesn't matter how many times you repeat the lies and how loud you make it sound, it is still hollow. When you find them in particular, there are people there, you find even the way they are talking, you realize there's actually a total lie. I want you to go to a clip that was shot when they were in Kongowea, Mombasa, and you listen to how Ishungwa is talking. The people are even saying that this is outright lie that he's trying to bring across. Tisa, there's something you want to say? Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to remind him that it is true. In fact, they're articulating propaganda and lies.
Exactly.
That's
That
what
is
they're
what I
doing.
wanted.
They are articulating propaganda and lies. And it's upon Kenyans to actually be able to tell them that enough of this. Because just as you have said in Kongowea, these guys were lying in broad daylight, thinking that even a newborn baby will tell them that no, Ichungwa, wacha machungu, you are lying. Because actually they don't have any point. It's lies, morning, evening, and supper. So they're articulating issues. No, they're articulating lies and propaganda. That's what I wanted to add.
Okay. Now, and remember, let me finish. And remember, almost 60% of Kenyans, we actually to me the word illiterate, much hawajaenda shule, ni much are school dropouts. So they are using these guys ndio wanawashangilia kutoka nyuma, lakini ukiangalia those guys wenye wameenda shule, they can be able to differentiate between propaganda and the correct issues on the ground.
You know, one thing about lies, they have a lifespan. You cannot lie for 1 year, 2 years, and still hope that you'll sustain it. And that is why over time, if you have listened, when they started articulating their things like you're saying, articulating propaganda, they have had to always go back to drawing board to change and come with something better. And if you have noticed, as time goes by, they keep improving on the lie, because the problem with the lie is that it cannot stand long time. So you cannot beat, and then number two, you cannot beat a pig on its game. It's used to that. So do you also want to go down and start lying so that you can articulate lies like they do? No, you debunk them. And what Baba is doing is so different. You have seen that he's not even going followed by some of those MPs who are going to also lie to people. No, that is not the way to go. Truth is consistent. It stands for a long time. So I would not go for the idea of finding people to go. Baba doesn't need anybody to go articulating lies. He just needs some consistency. So, who is that coming in? Yeah, James will interject, and then community ancestor. Okay, James, go ahead.
I want to interject. On Beggy, I think we don't really need to use the lies to get
Hello?
voters.
Yes,
Hello?
Temba?
Hello?
Temba.
I was on a point of order. I was saying we don't really need to use James, mute please. I think we don't really need to use lies to get votes. What we need to do, we need to go with the real issues affecting the common man. For Beggy, on that point I can say majority of Kenyans are poor, and poor people have so many things or issues that are affecting them. You'll find majority of the people don't even reason whenever anything may it be a propaganda that's being spread. People not even reason. They don't even find time to get whether it's true or not. They just take whatever was told, and that's what they will go with it. A point on Hada, maybe we can say 2017 between Baba Yao, that is governor for Kiabu, and Kabogo. The reason is why Kabogo was voted out because the main issue was people said that he said that that he told women, majority of the women don't wear panties yet. Was asking people if that's the true or the case, then we are living in a digital era. Everyone, majority of people, in a scale of maybe let's say from at for every 100 people you see, 80% owns smartphone. So anytime there is a politician speaking anything, they'll just take the videos. So no one had that video. So the reason what we should do, it's like let's make our people reason. Let them don't just let them not absorb anything that they are fed on. Maybe they should reach to a point where maybe someone can see is this true, is this not true. But now the case is everyone is poor. People are not people are struggling to survive. So whatever they will get, I think they will just take it and go. So useme huyu mtu sijui amefanya nini, they just take it. I think that's good.
Thank you, Weru. James?
Yes, I have listened, and I think the issue here is that we have to look at two things that mostly politicians use, and I can see effectively UDA is using whipping emotions. That unaona sasa they are ganging against me. Unaona sasa wanatukenjeri, hawatuoni kama watu, sisi ni watu wandogo. You know, politics of emotional manipulation to appeal to the base emotions of people so that they don't question exactly what these people are going to do for them. It is the easiest way to get votes, by the way. When you get people annoyed and fashion them to answer a certain way, that this is a person who is insulting us, so we go to elections to teach him a lesson. That kind of thing, that kind of politics. Lakini mwishowe watu ndio wanaumia, kwa sababu mwishowe wanachukua mtu ambaye is empty-handed. Then we also have the other tactic of using tokenism, where you meet poor people, like he has, the previous speaker has said. It is the easiest way also, kwa sababu unaenda unakuta watu ambao hawajakula kwa siku moja ama mbili, na ukiwapatia 200 wanaona kama wewe umewasaidia saindi na unawafeel kulingana na vile youth wanasema siku hizi. So unakuta mtu kama huyo anafika kiwango ingine, anaonekana kama ni Mungu, kama kwamba uongozi ni kuenda ukiwa umepepa pesa na kupatia watu hapa na pale. So inakuwa ngumu sana saa zingine demokrasia kukithiri kwa jamii ambayo ina ufukara, sababu mambo mingi huenda mlama, kwamba mtu ambaye anajitakia unachukua tu hiyo njia ya kuweka uhasama ndani ya watu, unaonyesha kwamba wengine hawawapendi, kwa hivyo sasa unawafuruta upande yako. Huyu mmoja wa wale anapigania hiyo kiti amejaribu kutumia hiyo sana, zaidi ya kusema kwamba hakuwa anaenda shule na viatu. Lakini kuna mtu aliuliza, mtu kama kiongozi kama Martha Karua anajulikana kwamba alitoka familia ambayo haikuwa hata yenyewe juu sana, lakini hujawahi sikia yeye akisema alienda shule bila viatu. Wale anapigania hiyo kiti, kwa hivyo kutumia hiyo sana zaidi ya kusema, kwa hivyo why is the echo? There is an echo. Lakini mute somebody's. So ni kumaanisha kwamba lazima especially vijana wakawa makini sana, wasinje wakaanguka katika siasa ya aina hii, sababu mwishowe haisaidii. Vile inafanya ni kufanya kwamba viongozi wale wanastahili kupatiwa nafasi, wanakosa hizo nafasi, na mwishowe unapata what we call charlatans, ama watu tu clowns, people ambao hawana maono, hawana chochote, ni excitement tu ya muda, kupatia watu kitu kidogo, alafu hiyo ndio wanajua, hiyo ndio siasa. Lakini kwa undani zaidi ukifuatilia ni kwamba jamii inaanza kudhoofika kwa sababu ya uongozi wa aina hii. Watu walikuwa na rukaruka hapa na pale, unakumbuka na Sonko, sababu alikuwa na pesa kidogo kidogo ya kwenda akipatia watu hapa na pale. Kulikuwa na mtu anaitwa Waititu alifanya mambo kama hayo, lakini mwishowe tuliona ni uongozi aina gani walileta katika pale walichaguliwa ndio, kwa sababu watu wengi wetu hawaendi ndani kwa undani zaidi kujua huyu mtu anatuitisha hii uongozi anataka kufanya nini nayo, na wanaenjoy kwa sababu si kazi kubwa kuja na propaganda na kutafuta pesa kidogo kidogo, sana sana ya wizi. Unaenda ukipatia watu hapa na pale kuwanunua ili waone kama ni wewe unawafikiria zaidi ya yule mwingine tu. Ndio utasikia mtu akiuliza, sasa na huyu anaongea ni nini ametuachia? Na hiyo siasa inaendeshwa na watu aina hiyo, kwa sababu hiyo ndio njia ile rahisi sana kupata kula na kuchaguliwa. So we have to be very very alert, especially with the youth ambao wanapitia wakati mgumu kwa sababu ya ukosefu wa kazi, kwamba ni rahisi sana kuwadanganya na kuwapatia expectations ambao hakuna kwa muda, na wakapatiana uongozi ambao mwishowe wanakuja kulia kwamba hawakuwa wanatarajia ile wamepata. Kama sasa nikuulize, hebu tuseme hata hiyo 100 million ipatiwe kila constituency, youth waende wachukue, waende wafanye biashara. Nilisikia itakuwa ya mama mboga, itakuwa ya kununua, vijana waende wachukue wanunue bodaboda na mambo kama hayo. Sasa swali ni hii, tuseme kwa constituency moja vijana 205 6 waende wachukue pesa wanunue bodaboda, nani atabeba mwingine? Pili, hata hii mambo ya ni rahisi sana kuexcite watu na mambo ambayo mwishowe haitafanya kuchange maisha yao na njia mwafaka. Ni tu kujitafutia makuu kwa muda mfupi, alafu hiyo kiongozi ndiye anafaidika, wale amendanganya wanaachwa tu pale wanaumia. Hiyo tu. Temba? Temba?
Temba.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Sorry about that. Sorry.
Kwani umerara?
Bana, kuna mtu anajua alikuwa ananikoroga hapo. Haya, John
nimesema
Chalo.
yangu.
Okay, asante. Pole, it's not you. John Chalo, tafadhali give your contribution.
Okay.
Temba.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Sorry about that. Sorry.
Yeah, I've just
Umerara.
Mimi sijalala, lakini nilikuwa nasikiza vizuri.
We Chalo, kuna echo. Kuna echo mbaya sana. Paka ukuje tena. Huyo kuna echo mbaya sana. Themba kwani ametoka? Haya, okay. So guys, before sasa Themba akuja, si make up my remarks nitoke kidogo ya hii Raila in Meru. Najua nyinyi nasikia mshatoka kwa topic, mmeanza kuongea vitu zingine. Mimi na concentrate na Raila Meru. One, utaona Raila leo alikuwa na Kiraito, alikuwa na Peter Munya, alikuwa na Mporo wa Buri, alikuwa mpaka na kina Kiremi Mweria anataka kurudi kama MP. That's an old guy. By now anafaa kuwa maybe ameretire ama atafute kazi ya maybe a president. But I can tell you, I can guarantee you with the guys that Raila has in Meru, sioni mtu hata mmoja hivi. Hata Ruto sioni akifikia zile kura Raila atakuwa nazo. Because Kiraito and Peter Munya are mobilizers and they are serious guys in politics. And I can guarantee you Raila ndiye atakuwa number 1 in Meru County. Acha tungoje kesho tuone nani atakuwa naye Tharaka Nithi. When I see some guys talk of Kibira, sijui Raila hakujenga Kibira, ni MP yupi huyu mwenye mmechagua kwenu na wajengea nyumba? You see, nyinyi watu ni kama you are not thinking. Uko home kwenu MP ndiye anawajengeanga nyumba. So how come that mnataka Raila aende akajenge Kibira? Though Raila and that idea ya kuleta investors wanaweka pesa Kibira wanajenga nyumba. but si Raila mwenyewe alikuwa ameleta investors, na hiyo kitu ilipingwa na watu wengine serikalini wenye waliona maybe Raila atachukua credit. Mwingine anasema Raila ati accept elections, eti mtu election kama ya last time yenye mpaka saa hii servers hazijaifunguliwa. You wanted him to accept aje mpaka ameenda kotini na ameambiwa hizo kura hazikufanywa poa, servers zifunguliwe, hazijaifunguliwa. And guys are here saying Raila akubali elections. That's I call it total nonsense. Raila Ruto kazi yake ukiangalia kwa all the meetings siku hizi ni attack tu. Kama atake Uhuru, ana atake Raila, au ni matapeli, they are corrupt, sijui ni. But utawaisikia Uhuru Ruto akielezea his game plan in trying kumaliza corruption in Kenya. Hakuna kitu ingine inaharibu corruption, inaharibu Kenya kama corruption. Unless tupate alinda like Magufuli, venye Magufuli aliingia huko Tanzania akawakie mwenyewe, ana visit those institutions, anafuta watu hapo, wengine wanapelekwa jela, wengine wanafungwa. We want such a leader, otherwise Kenya mahali inaelekea hata shetani itakuwa afadhali. On this 6K benefit is social protection. Nashangaa nikiona vijana wandogo wana comment huku wakisema eti vijana wenye hawana job wote watapewa pesa aje. Raila hajasema hivyo. Kama hauna job na familia yenu kuna mtu ameajiriwa, hamtapewa this money. Au wengine wakisema sijui 12 million watapewa pesa. We are not talking about 12 million. We are talking of a family yenye watu wote, hakuna mtu ameajiriwa. You take just one person hapo, mnawatumia 6K. That money is supposed kuwa reduce your problems kidogo hapa, kubuy chakula hapa, kubuy nini, ya kuwa keep going as you guys look for a job. Mmoja wenu akipata job ajiriwe, then hiyo familia inatolewa kwa list ya social protection. This is something practiced in many countries. Sielewi mbona shinda ya watu. You see when Raila alikuwa anaambia watu kutakuwa na free primary education wakati alikuwa na kampeni ya Kibaki akiwa na accident, akiwa outside the country. Ruto was the person campaigning for Uhuru na alikuwa anaambia watu hiyo ni dream, that is utopia. Iwezekani ati serikali ikuwe na free primary education. Saizi free primary education iko mpaka primary, secondary saa hii iko na subsidy kidogo pale. In fact hata hiyo ni kitu rahisi sana, it can be done all of it. Wakati wa 2010 constitution, wakati watu walikuwa na sukuma devolution, Ruto alikuwa anauliza hizo pesa zitatoka wapi? Hiyo kitu iwezekani. He is a guy who does things zenye hajafikiria. Sasa ndiye anapinga hii 6K benefit. Hii 6K ikipewa 2 million families zenye ziko needy, ile hesabu imefanywa 150 billion. 150 billion kama umefunga corruption mali pesa zinaibiwa hapa na pale. This is simple money. Ni pesa inapatikana haraka sana. Even you can give to even 3 million families. Kama hazina hiyo uwezo ya kujisimamia at least each and every month. Wengine nasikia kusema 6K ni pesa kidogo. I once lived in Kibera, my friend. Let me tell you, 6,000 is a lot of money to those poor families. Na kwambia hizo poor families mwapatie wheelbarrow. You think ataenda kufanya kazi wapi? Wangapi wako na wheelbarrow na wanalala hapo tu bila kazi? Anaweza mseme kila mtu ende town akangoje watu wakishuka wabebe vitu na wheelbarrow, of which it can't happen. 6K is not a handout. Hii ni kitu itaendelea kukuja each and every month. Mmoja wenu akipata kazi, then mnatolewa, anakuwa yeye ndiye anasimamia familia. So I don't understand hizi vitu mingi zenye zinasemekana. Na vijana msikize, just listen at how Raila explained vile atakuja kupeana hii 6K per month, then mtaelewa. Raila deals with the fact, with the explainable ways vile atafanya 1 2 3. Hii ingine mnaambia bottoms up mpaka saa hii almost 2 years down the line hakuna mtu anaweza explain nini. Imefika to a point that now guys are being told that bottoms up iko kwa Biblia. That is stupidity. Huwezi ambia watu ati bottoms up yenye naambia iko kwa Biblia. What is that? Ati nitawaandalia, because you don't believe in handwork, you don't believe na ile kuiba, ati nitawaandalia meza sijui nitakutoa kwa watu wote. That is total nonsense. Ku brainwash watu. Yes, thank you very much.
Asante Mutembei. I think ume dismantle somebody hapa na najua ako tayari kuja hapa kunini. Uko na swali ama nataka kuongezea tu kwa Mutembei?
Can I also say something and then I go away because I want to say it when Mutembei is here.
Okay, go
Can I
ahead.
say something?
I'll give you Mwango. Wait, Mwango. I'll give you time. I know you want to really give a rebuttal, but wait. Yes. Say something very briefly, maybe 1 minute.
No, I just want to make my submission too, because I only introduce my my nini and then so allow me just to make my submission and then before Mutembei goes away.
Okay, fine. Mutembei is not going away. He'll be here. So just wait. Let everybody gives their first submission, at least, so that we are fair. Community ancestor.
Bernard, these questions will go away, disappear. Can I just talk a bit?
Oh, they'll disappear. Okay, you want a question or is a submission?
Questions.
Question.
Okay, just talk about.
Oh, you wanna give a question to Mutembei? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Habari yako Mutembei?
Salama sana.
Okay, you've talked so many things about Ruto. Okay, first the issue about Raila taking Meru. I'll say that Raila takes Meru as Ruto takes Coast. Raila takes Meru as Ruto takes Coast. I think it will be fair enough because we have seen Ruto really doing an onslaught in Coast.
Nimekata kuweka hiyo intentionally juu ukiangalia Kaloleni we have some few people hapo wameenda kwa CDF offices kuivamia wapewe zile bribe Ruto alikuwa anapeana, meaning the guy has to bribe people for them to come for the rally. So hiyo ni biashara.
No. Okay. There's this thing called that you have to mobilize people. I've also been to Raila's rally. I've been to that rally of Raila's in several locations. There's have been money being given to people who attend those rallies, and I know that.
Propaganda bana.
No. I've been. Okay, that one I've seen myself. Okay.
The clip kama hiyo ya Ruto yenye tumetuma leo.
Okay, 6K yes. Stipend. The first time that Raila talked about 6K stipend, the first time he talked about all the youths, all the jobless youths, and that's why every youth was happy that they will get the 6K.
Yes,
and then later,
kama kwa familia yenu hamko employed wote mtapewa hiyo 6K.
Yeah, okay. That one was the first message that came out of Raila, the first time that he mentioned about the 6K. And then later, he changed.
Wewe unaongea about propaganda, unaongea about
no, I had the first time he talked about the 6K.
Kuna hiyo clip tucheze hapa. You can share nini? You can share screen hapo ucheze hiyo clip.
Okay, let me just finish. The first time that he talked about the 6K, he didn't mention that which group. It was general, like everybody. And then later, after now realizing that this thing is now unrealistic, is when now he said that to those who are destitute only.
I'm telling you, like a clip vizuri, alielezea vizuri poor families, wale hawana mtu wa employed hao ndio watakuwa na the following day akaita media conference, akaleta the expert hapo, wakaelezea everything, how that 6K is going to be given to each poor family. So wewe sasa na njoo umenunua ile propaganda itumbi hapo ya kusema sijui ile alifanya the following days sijui 12 million sijui what, that is total wash.
Okay, then let's continue. You also talked about Ruto against the 2010 constitution, against the devolution.
Yes.
Okay, I was there. Ruto did not entirely reject the 2010 constitution. It was only that there were some few issues that were there.
But I'm talking about those issues zenye alikuwa anasema, alikuwa anaelezea in devolution, iwezi nini government cannot fund devolution. Hiyo ilikuwa I can even find you a clip kama unataka, because I have those clips somewhere.
Okay, send me a clip. Send me a clip saying that devolution will not work.
akisema kutakuwa na gay marriages, akisema wale watu wana own the lands, that clip I have is trending on my Facebook.
What I can remember so much about the 2010 constitution,
hakuna mtu ashainyang'anywa shamba mpaka wa leo, hakuna gay marriages, hakuna, yani it was total wash. Uoni mtu, yani Ruto anakubaliwa kudanganya, but sasa wewe ukikuja hapa
and also okay, do you remember that Ruto was in collabo with the church? The church also was also part of during that time.
Because
so you mean that the church was also wrong?
Unaona vile amedanganya makanisa hata sasa na hiyo 1 million hapa, 2 million pale, 1 million pale, makanisa wote walikuwa na yeye, but by now makanisa washaelewa this guy is a con. Hakuna church
makanisa walikuwa na yeye because there were some issues like for example the issue about abortion.
Yes,
abortion will be legalized.
Is it allowing abortion? It was just a propaganda by Ruto, my friend.
And the church also was also against that, eh?
Nani umeona hata mmoja hivi akifanya akiwa pro abortion? Sai
abortion is being done in secret. You can't see somebody doing abortion here.
Remember.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please, I'm banning.
You know, I don't want to give you submissions.
No,
you know why?
Community ancestor is my friend. I know you understand.
Okay, if he gives you the time, and there's also Daniel Oyugi, there's also Mwango who has not given his submission. So can we give them?
Before I finish
on Mwango.
Before I finish.
No, wait. Yeah, Mwango, finish your question. Finish your question. It was a question to Nani, to Mutembe. Just finish the question. You'll have your time for submission.
Now, this is the thing. Eh? We have two evils. Eh? We have Raila evil, and also we have the Asla evil, Ruto evil. So we have two evils to choose. Who is the better evil?
What are these Raila evils?
Sasa hiyo ni swali umeuliza kama ni.
Yeah, okay. Raila evil because Raila has also got his flaws. Just like any other person, like Ruto also. Raila has been also been called one.
Mwango, hold on.
Corruption.
Mwango, hold on. Ngoja tisa.
Please. No, please, man. No, please.
Please.
Wait.
Just finish and then we talk.
Wait.
30 seconds.
Wait, Tisa, wait. Mwango, wait. You'll have your time to now say what is wrong. Right now, you are just having time to ask Mutembe questions. But since you have several things that you'll be able to point out, you'll have your chance to now bring those things you think are bad about Raila.
Okay.
So since you have already done with Mutembe, let's give community answer to give his initial submission. He hasn't. Then we'll come to Mwango, give your initial submission. I think all of us will. And then now, Tisa, we start with you now so that we go. Mutembe is still here. He has not gone anywhere. So he's just in the background. So community ancestor, very quickly.
Yeah, asante sana kwa nafasi. In fact, leo by the way baba amefanya jambo muhimu sana, na nimeona vile kampeni zake Meru kwa kina Mutembe imeenda positive and it is very good. By the way, angalia wale vigogo wenye wako nyuma ya baba, the likes of Peter Munya, the likes of huyu governor Kiraitu Murungi. Hao ni watu ambao in fact kwa jamii wako na usemi, so hiyo ni plus kwa baba. Now Begi, by the way, Begi kuna jambo fulani ameguzia na hata mimi namuunga mkono. Begi amesema kuwa hao watu wa Tangatanga wako na very very good propagandist, ambapo wakisimama hivi namna hii wakiarticulate their propaganda
unemployed
inaingia kwa
Kenyans
vijana.
will get a monthly stipend of 6,000 Kenya shillings as a way of helping them to cope with the unemployment mess in the country should he succeed President Uhuru Kenyatta. Now, Odinga, who held a series of rallies in Nakuru town, said his government will transform the country into a social welfare state. Let's get an update from Stephen Leto, who reports from Naivasha.
ODM leader Raila Odinga, while in his tour of Naivasha constituency, announced that part of his manifesto is about radical changes in the country to sort out the unemployment menace. Odinga says should he be president, he will make Kenya a social welfare state to ensure all unemployed Kenyans get monthly stipends.
Kuona kama kila Mkenya anapata ajira. Wale ambaye hawapati ajira, manake tutakuwa na social welfare state. Watapata kila mwezi kwa serikali shilingi 6,000. Sawa sawa? Sawa sawa? Naivasha we!
Odinga says the Public Service Commission has over the years not been able to absorb graduates from universities, colleges and other learning institutions.
Here public service.
Now I'm now vindicated. Mtembe? I'm vindicated.
We will come to you. You'll use that community ancestor. Go on.
I'm vindicated.
It's just here by the what has this said?
I'm saying Raila said wale ambao hawana ajira watapata ile 6,000. What from that the first day Raila didn't say as in which group.
But let's go to community husband. See community ancestor.
Si hata sasa anapea zile familia hazina mtu wako kwa ajira ama
Mutembei. Wachana na huyu jamaa. Let's move to the next one. He will get his time. He will get his time.
Raila said that wale ambao hawana ajira watapata 6,000.
Where did you go to school, bro?
Okay, it's okay. You are right. It came from there, but we will come there. That's okay.
I will explain to him, pole.
Okay, community ancestor, go on.
Yeah, so Begi alisema kuwa in fact hii part ingine ya Ruto kwa yale ambayo wanayoyanena hata kama hayatuingii vizuri, kuna ni kana kwamba wanayatetea ama wanayaweka bayana vizuri mpaka yanaingia vijana wengine. So na sisi watu wa pande hii, wakati baba amesema kuwa he is going to ensure that Kenya imeundergo industrialization, so which means the likes of Junaid Mohammed inastahili wakisimama pale kwa jukwaa wawe wanazungumza umuhimu ama the impact of industries kwa kuobserve these unemployed young Kenyans ambao wako majority in Kenya, whereby hata wanazungumzia about mambo ya energy production, because look at the energy production Kenya, kwa sababu the high cost of energy, by the way, ime affect investment. So wakati Raila anapoguzia about industrialization, au wakati wanakuja kupeana uzito wa the impact of industries, inastahili wawe wanaguzia hiyo. At the same time, industries are kuwa run by plucking leaves from trees and what have you, ama watafute makaratasi. No, it needs finance, na hizo finance where are we going to get them? Baba amesema ni kutoka corruption. Inastahili wakati wanasimama pale kwa jukwaa wawe wanafafanua zile areas ambazo hizi pesa zinavuja. Ukiangalia sasa kama in public in civil servants, kama kuna ghost workers, they are supposed to be plugged off kutoka kwa system ya civil service, na hiyo ni pesa tutafanya nini? Ni pesa tuta add kwa kuunda industries. Kama ni help loans, unaweza pata kuna students ambao wanalipwa pesa na students hewa. These are the things ambazo jamaa inastahili waguzie. Land rates, tuseme kama 68 hotel, kama per month kwa land rate inastahili walipe ushuru kwa Nairobi City Council. Inastahili kama hivi it is 10 million, hiyo 10 million inastahili iingie kwa taxman ama kwa KRA, lakini unapata kuwa in fact hizi land rates sio pesa zote zinaingianga kwa KRA. Maybe unapata lawyer anachotewa kitu yake, whereby taxman ile pesa inamfikia, it is maybe 5 million or 4 million, 6 million zinaingia kwa mfuko. So wakati the likes of Junet Mohammed wakisimama pale, because sasa hivi we have bright students in Kenya ambao wamesoma na wako jobless. Their hope iko kwa leaders wetu. Wakati wana articulate these issues namna hii, our graduates ambao sasa hivi wanakubali kupewa fiscal wheelbarrows, ni kana kwamba hiyo all those millions zenye wazazi wametumia kuwasomesha wanakubali tu ziende kwa mchanga. Kwa wakati unakubali wewe ni graduate, unaenda Karen, unapewa a fiscal wheelbarrow, unaenda kutumia. Hiyo ni kutoleta justice kwa mzazi wako mwenye alitumia thousands and thousands of money kukuelimisha kutoka nursery hadi kupata degree. So the likes of Junet Mohammed wakipiga support baba namna hii, hawa watoto wetu ambao wamechukuliwa na uvumi, utapata tu wanarudi peke yao pasipo na msukumo. So begi kwa njia moja ama njia nyingine, ningependa na kusupport kuwa our side kama kutoka upande ya ODM inastahili watie mkazo kwa yale mambo ambayo baba yeye anazungumza tu juu. So instead of hitting wale na maneno ambayo hayasaidii, inastahili hit na points. Kutoka hapo tutapata watu pande zetu. Asante sana.
Okay, asante. I think hiyo ni nini ya muhimu, and as we said, kule ni uongo wamejaza na propaganda mingi, and they have repeated the same propaganda many times. That does not make their thing better. It just makes it hollow. And as time is going by, you see they keep changing. If you say a lie for a long time, it keeps changing. But you see, Baba is consistent. And again, we need to appreciate, it is not yet campaign time. When Baba will be walking around with all he has very many orators in his camp. So he can't walk around with them, they are working. These people who are going around with the deputy president, what time are they working? Right. So you need he is also trying to be careful, you know. So he's taking himself by himself, so that you don't start saying unaona na kampeniwa na watu wengine. He is very clear. He wants to be consistent, And the truth, when told many times, stands the test of time. I want to welcome Bernard. Thank you for coming. Thank you. The others who have just joined us. I can see, I think, is it Ebo? Yeah. I can see Sagini. Yeah, Karibu. And AWG. I know Tisa wants to leave. You want to leave, Tisa? So we want
Yes.
to, yeah. So I'll give you this time so that you can prosecute your point, and then I'll bring in Mwango.
Okay. Thank you very much. How are you, Bernard?
I'm good. I'm good. Nice to see you all.
Thank you. First, I want to stick to the topic of discussion. Let me start with what happened in Meru. To me, that was a successful tour, a successful rally. There was no uniform. Of course, you see, ukiona rally ya DP, kuna uniform. It tells that these people have been organized and told to come. But with Raila, it is organic. And you could see the way he was welcomed in Meru. This is the first rally in Meru where Raila is welcomed by local leaders. I saw what were UDA comparing photos of 2017 and 2021. My friends, 2017 Raila was not welcomed by even an MCA. But this time round, you can see local leaders, governor, the former governor and the current governor, and those who matter in Meru welcome Raila Amolo Odinga. I really want to sympathize with anybody who believes that Paul Murigi and Metekal Inturi can be able to convince voters of Meru who needs change to be able to vote for somebody who stands for nothing. So Meru was successful. But I still stay here that in as much as Meru is successful, was successful, that Baba went there and got warm reception, does not translate to votes. It points to one direction. We are coming together. Two, Kirinyaga. Uhuru Kenyatta went to Kirinyaga today. It was strategic. He went to test the water. Remember, his deputy has been running around Central inciting people against him, telling them lies that he has done nothing since 2017. He has made them so emotional that when they see the president, they would want to kill him. So he went to be able to see, is it true that these people have been incited against me, that they will stone me? Wonders of the world. He was warmly welcomed, and it was a very good reception. I didn't expect the people of Kirinyaga to welcome their president the way they did. He took a swipe at his deputy, telling the people that this man has been coming here telling you lies, but you guys have to think twice and know what you need. And I can tell you that the 20th Masjid Day is going to be successful because the president has gone to the ground. He has made the ground. He has met the people, talked to them, and things will be okay. Mombasa, another coast, the tour of the deputy president is full of lies. The deputy is telling people the same thing. Nobody would want to talk about BBI today. It is water under the bridge. But you keep on telling them about BBI. Jameni, do you know that if you tell what was caused about BBI, which made them lose money, because BBI was supposed to add them more money. BBI made them lose money, but you keep on talking about BBI, which we have forgotten, and we are moving ahead. He was telling them about Katandawili. He was telling them that he is the one who made Raila Odinga prime minister. He was telling them that he is the one who made Uhuru president. He's forgetting that when Raila Odinga became prime minister, he became a minister too. He's forgetting that when Uhuru became president, he became deputy president. But he keeps on talking about he made. I can tell you, people are tired with the fact that this guy keeps on repeating himself. Another thing that I want to talk about is the Raila endorsement. Guys, Raila is not Uhuru of 202. When Uhuru was endorsed in 202 by the former president Moi, Uhuru did not even know the number of constituencies in Nairobi. Uhuru was agreeing on picked and forced down our throats. You really cannot compare Uhuru and Raila Odinga. Two, Raila Odinga does not need any endorsement to be able to run around the county and look for votes. He does not need any. That's why people were waiting that Raila Odinga would be taken to the mountain by Uhuru Kenyatta. Let me tell you guys, Central Kenya is not as it were in 2017. In 2017, these people were denied opportunity to listen to Raila Odinga. And anybody who was running for any political seat in Central, Ndini Nyoro confessed that he did not campaign on issues when he was running. He only insulted Raila Odinga and he got elected. Things have changed where people would want to know, is this Raila Mchawi? Is this Raila a madman? Is he a human being? Can he talk to himself? Can he talk to the people? Raila has the platform now to explain his agenda to the people, and they are listening to him. The latest opinion poll by Mizani Africa that I saw today is placing Ruto from 85% to 57%. Raila is moving from 11 to 27%. These are people who have now realized that this man is a con and stands for nothing. They have been fighting somebody who means well for them. And I can tell you things are changing. Lastly, and this I really have to talk to Mwango. Mwango, please, my brother, get your facts right. When Raila spoke in Naivasa and talked about 6K, he was speaking to jobless people. The following day, he had actually to make it clear to the people what he meant. And that's why he had experts around him explain to the people that this money would go to household, not to individuals. That is actually what he meant. And he's not talking about something in isolation. It is something that has been done in other countries in this continent. Raila Odinga, and I want to challenge you, Mwangu. I would like you to tell me what Raila Odinga has ever promised and failed to deliver. Only one thing. I heard you there saying that Raila Odinga is corrupt. I really don't hold brief for Raila Odinga. But I don't know where has Raila Odinga been charged with corruption. Where? Ruto, I told you in 2 cases. The first one was Muteshi. He was taken to court. The court found him guilty and he was ordered to pay. The second one, he confessed that he got Weston illegally. Third one, we saw him even tear-gassing people, of course, school children. But Raila Odinga, don't just base on allegation. Tell me that Raila Odinga was taken to this court, found guilty, and charged. Or rather, and was jailed. But don't just argue on speculations. In 202, when Raila Odinga took the campaign of Mwai Kibaki, he promised that there would be free primary education. Ruto said that was impossible. Today we have it. You are talking about devolution. Ruto fought devolution, saying devolution would not work because of lack of money. Today is enjoying it and has protected him as the deputy president of Kenya and even gave him a job. So we cannot pretend. You guys were Tanga at UDA. Please tell us how you will do all these things. Very last, I have never seen any MP or even Ruto himself speaking without strangling his face. Makasiriko ya nini? Why are you ever angry? You want to fight. Raila has not even begun his campaigns, but you guys are crying. When he begins his campaigns, what will you do now? Start selling agenda. Uongo, watu wamechoka. People are tired with lies. I can tell you, in the next few months, I don't know what you will say because you have said all the lies, including nothing. So in the next few months, I can see you guys hiding. If you will not tell Kenyans what you stand for, Kenyans will weigh you. 2022 is a race between a liar and somebody who has said and has done before. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tisa. Ably prosecuted. I want to note one thing that Tisa said, which is also something that caught my eyes. The propaganda now is wananipangia, nilisaidia Uhuru, sijui nilisaidia Raila, nilikuwa mbaya, nilisaidia Uhuru, nilikuwa mbaya, nilisaidia nani? What was he doing? He was also looking for a position.
Yes.
Now he says that right now ati wakati ya wasaidi ndiye amekuwa mbaya, na yeye anaambia hawa watu ya kwamba that time yule ni mtu wa kitendawili. Was Raila mtu wa kitendawili when he was supporting him that time? So how come right now ni mtu wa kitendawili? So he's also throwing that, na yeye mwenyewe anajipoint, kwa sababu kama wewe uliwasupport hao wote hizo siku zingine na sisi tulikuwa, mbona sasa, kwani saizi nini ndio umeona? The same thing can be used against him. So I think it's just a lot of choreographed propaganda that wewe enda sema hii, wewe enda sema hii. But one thing I can assure you, if you have been watching the crowds lately, like when he was in Taita, if you watch the crowd, they looked like they had just been forced to come there. Even you know when Ishungwa tries to tell them kama mtasupport Ruto mseme kwa sauti, wanafosiwa kuongea kwa sauti. Semeni kwa sauti ndio wasikie. But you see in Raila's rally, people were loud, you know, because they're excited. So the lies slowly are beginning to be seen. And if you have been here, there's lack of coordination in UDA camp. There is lack of coordination, and you can see it. If they think that will sell for them, let them continue, because they say, if your enemy is busy making mistake, do not correct them. We are not correcting you. Continue shouting that, continue with the BBI. Imeshapitwa na wakati, lakini endeleeni. I want to bring on Mwango. Mwango, you have your chance right now. Bernard, nilikukaribisha, si ndio?
Nimekaribia, asante sana.
Haya, karibu Mwango. Mwango, your turn. Unmute.
Okay, thank you for the chance. Raila takes Meru just as Ruto takes Coast. So these two leaders are now invading each other's bedroom. Ruto has gone to Coast to get some shares there. Raila is now in Mount Kenya, also trying to get some shares there. So I don't see that now for Raila is now a big deal when now he enters Meru in a thunderstorm. Ruto is also doing the same in Coast. And even today, you saw in Malindi, a mammoth of crowd were with him, shouting, hustler, hustler, hustler. Yes? So to me, the topic of today could have been, Raila takes Meru as Ruto do the same in Coast, to be somewhere balanced a bit. Yes?
No, go on, Mwango.
Now
just address yourself to the point. Don't worry about the topic.
Yeah, the topic is somehow biased. It's somehow skewed towards
No,
the other
don't
side.
worry. Don't worry about the topic. You remember, you know the problem. The problem with the problem with Mwango is wait. The problem with Mwango is that Mwango, if you attended debates before, one of the things you are told is teachers are better than farmers. Now debate. You don't start saying no, the topic is wrong.
But
that is how they are confused in UDA. That is how they are confused in Tangatanga.
You see, in your example,
yeah,
there are two sides, teacher are better than farmers. But in this topic, it's only one-sided. Well, takes Meru, and that's it. Now, Uhuru also takes Kirinyaga. Uhuru takes Kirinyaga. Okay, for Uhuru, I had Uhuru speaking Kirinyaga, speaking in mother tongue, which to me, again, it was so low for Uhuru Kenyatta. to go there and start speaking in mother tongue. I think Uhuru was trying to sweep emotions, because when now you
Which
speak in mother tongue, you are trying now to bring that emotions that I'm your own and I'm telling you this, so understand me. So Uhuru is the president of Kenya. He should be talking in a national language where everybody across the board can understand. He is a symbol of unity and not a Kikuyu president. He's the president of all Kenyans. Yes? Okay, something else again about the Meru thing. I think Kenyans are now mature, and anybody can be can go anywhere in Kenya and be maybe people can now do it well, can now receive them well. We saw Ruto going to Migori. He was received well. Also in Kisumu during, I don't know, it was the Masuja Day, Ruto was highly received with the people. So I think now we are mature people, Kenyans are mature, and any leader can go to any part of the country and he can pull a very huge crowd. So I don't see that when now Raila goes to Meru is now a very big deal. I think Kenyans have grown. Kenyans are now very, very mature everywhere.
Yes,
If you go to Isiolo, even Ruto can even go to the same place where Raila was, and you will find that a very big crowd will come there. The same people will come there and cheer him. So the thing is, as to whether those crowds will now translate to vote is also another thing. We have seen that there are some areas that even Raila used to go in the past, even in 2017, 2013, used to pull crowds, but when it comes on the D-Day, you find that there are no votes there. So let us not confuse again the crowds and the votes. And let's say that now because he was with the Kiraitu and Munya, now he has taken everybody in Meru. No, people will have to make decisions. So when that day comes, 2022 August, people will go and vote. That's now when we'll know if really Raila took Meru. And also we'll know if really Ruto took Coast. But as per now, we cannot just use the crowds and say now Raila is now the fifth. Is now the fifth. Like I see people now saying Raila the fifth, Raila the fifth. There's still a lot to do. Somebody said that Raila has not started campaign. I don't know if it was Tisa that there's more than is coming. What is it doing right now? Because I see Raila campaigning.
Mango.
Yeah.
You will help your candidate more in the last 2 minutes. You have repeated yourself only about the crowd. You have a lot of prosecution to make. Can you move to the next point?
We are still in Meru. You know, the topic is
the
about
point you
Meru.
have said. No, the point you have said is this: crowds will not translate into votes. Haya, tumeelewa. Next point.
I've not said will. I've said it may or it may not. It's something that it's 50-50.
Okay. Move on.
Yeah.
Move on then.
So
Now.
another thing else that just still in Meru, Raila made.
Remember, before he moves on, there's something hanging on his point.
Yeah.
They are the same guys who have been telling us that ground may shift. So vitu kwa ground is different. That is the time they were pulling crowds. Right now, when they see somebody else is pulling crowd, they say Kenyans are mature. So when did you realize that Kenyans are mature? And you have been singing to us how the ground is hostile to Uhuru and Raila, how vitu kwa grounds may change. So when the ground changes against you, mnaanza kusema Kenyans are mature. Can you maintain a script?
It won't be good when let's say Raila goes to Meru and then he finds a very hostile crowd. And also it won't be good when Ruto goes to Kisumu and also finds a hostile crowd. We saw sometimes back. It was in
You see, Mwango.
in Githurai.
Mwango.
Yeah.
I want you to prosecute. Okay, it is the same too that even Ruto, when he's pulling a crowd, even in Mombasa, he does not say that he's there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Now,
yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
We will ask you questions here in a bit.
Yeah, all the efforts that these people are putting right now, we will know during the 2022 August election. We will know really who made that effort that really translated to votes. But as per now, we can just speculate that because Raila went to Meru, okay, there's some things that, okay, Raila went to Meru, did some kind of promises, make some promises about what he will do. Okay, today he made some promise about making the loan to grant. I think that one is now a good approach. That's a good thing. At least, you know, there are so many students who can't pay the help loan because there are no jobs. So if he can change them to grants, if you really mean it, then that's a very good kind of a promise to him. He also said about Mira and everything, talking about Mira, that he'll go to Congo and try to convince people to be. But all these things are promises. Whether they will now become real when he becomes president again, another thing also. We saw also things with this government. There are some things that they promised, but they didn't make it. So with the promises and maybe the actualization of those promises, there are again two different things. We can make promises, but again, can we implement it? Can we implement those kind of promises? So let's not just move making promises here and there. Today 6,000, tomorrow elbow, tomorrow another promise. Let's come with something, and then come with one thing, a promise, and read to the people that this and this and this and this I will make. Not just go today 6,000, tomorrow another promise, the other day another promise. Will these things come really into implementation? Yes.
Sasa bwana
Mwango, are you done?
Vita iko wapi? Si wewe
Ngoja
ulipeana
Ben. Ngoja WG. Ngoja Bernard.
Let me finish about
WG
BBI.
ngoja. Now Mwango, can you prosecute your points haraka kwa sababu kuna maswali yanataka kuja. Finish quickly so that
okay,
we
BBI, somebody said that that Ruto has been saying the same thing about BBI, okay? The weakest point of Raila Amolo Odinga is BBI. This one was one of the weakest points in his career as a politician. So, as an opponent, you will always want to beat that weakest point of that. So that's why Ruto has been beating that point all along, because it was one of the weakest points that Raila has right now, even if the courts really finished it. And that's why you don't want it to be said right now, because you know very well that it's one of the weakest point of Raila and Uhuru together. Because BBI, even though it has some good things, it also adds some very bad things. And those good things, really, they were just like a bait. But there were major things that if that BBI could have passed, then Kenyans could have, yes? There were so many major things, because it was somehow creating a tyrant, a president who could control the courts, the parliament, everybody. And that one was very bad for the country. And that's why you see the courts, there was this part of the ombudsman thing, and the court really, I think, saw that, and that's why they shut that thing down, because you couldn't bring somebody who will want to work for the president. So even though they said that the process was bad, the way it was started, but I know the main thing why the courts rejected that thing is because of the...
I want to
Yes. So
which is are you the Chief Justice or
Ngojeni WG na Bernard.
Huyu amalizi huyu.
Mwango.
Yeah, now okay, let me
Mwango,
finish
listen.
I think it's my last
Mwango,
point.
listen. I'm giving you 1 minute to finish your point. Kuna a lot of issues watu wanataka kuraise na wewe. So can you summarize?
Now BBI was one of the weakest points of Raila, and that's why Ruto has been using it even now, trying to beat it. You beat that, you know, if maybe in a football match and you find that there is a gap somewhere, there's somebody who is weak, or there's like a number which is weak, you will find that team will use the same route to try and score. And that's why Ruto is using that kind of BBI to try beat Raila, because it was one of the weakest points in Raila career as a politician. because Raila really fought for this country, and now he was taking us back again to the tyrant like Moi, because Moi could control everything, parliament, courts, everything, and that's
Okay.
where we were going back. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Now I know.
yeah.
Okay, Mwango. Wait. I know there are some reactions to what you've said.
Yeah. So
Wait,
even though
Mwango.
Raila could have fought for
Mwango, wait.
democracy, Raila again was taking us
Mwango.
back.
Mwango tushasikia.
Okay, thank you.
Mwango. Okay, Bernard, I know you have been burning.
Mwango.
Yes.
You are a young and very intelligent person.
Yes.
And I know you.
Bernard.
You mean well.
Bernard.
Yes.
Can you ask Mwango and then you do your submission, then allow you to take over because I want to step out.
Okay, sawa.
Yeah, I want to step out a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
So just follow up with your submission so that.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I'm well guided. So Mwango.
Yes.
You are following politics closely. Okay.
Yeah.
And you say crowds don't translate into votes. Don't necessarily translate into votes.
Yeah, it's something. It's 50-50.
So why would it become a big deal that Raila had crowds in Meru when they don't matter?
That's why I said the crowds in Meru was not a big deal. Just the same as the crowds also in Coast. Yes, because Raila has been pulling crowds even in 2013, 2017 in the same region. But when it comes to that voting day, you find that you'll get very, very, very few votes there.
Then why should we discuss it if it is a non-issue, according to you? If it's not affecting Uda's performance and Raila's entry into Mount Kenya is of no significance, you have your numbers the way you planned, and nothing has changed. Why should it be an issue for Uda people to discuss?
But I've never heard of any Uda complaining that Raila has so many crowds in Meru, and I didn't hear that anywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't hear any Uda guy complaining
But
of
I
the crowd.
heard it from you when you said the topic is not balanced.
Yes.
Yeah,
and that's why I've tried to balance it
one-sided.
now to bring that Uda thing also.
No, okay. BBI.
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard.
You seem to. Sorry. Hold on, WG.
Sorry,
You have a question for Mwango? Naomba nimalizane naye kwanza. BBI, well, you say it was the weakest moment of Raila. How do you substantiate that?
Okay. Do you know why it was the weakest point for Raila?
Yes.
Because the court exposed its weaknesses. From the court.
What do you mean? Why was BBI rejected by the court?
Okay, the court said that the process was wrong. The way it was started, it was not a popular initiative as they claimed. Okay, that one was the main reason for the courts.
Mm-hmm.
But again, from the side of politics, now you find that BBI was trying to bring a tyrant president, taking us back to the era of Moi, where Moi could control everything, could appoint judges, could fire judges, could control the MPs. Like now, for example, you find that our parliament has been captured by the executive, whereby they just sing what Uhuru and maybe Raila
Bernard,
telling them.
Bernard, I think we should not allow Mwango to peddle lies. direct
Hold on,
lines.
hold
I
on.
want to.
Hold on.
I want to.
I will handle that. Mwango.
Yes.
When the judges have been vetted by the Judiciary Service Commission, who swears them in?
Is the president.
Where are they sworn in?
Is because the constitution has given that mandate to the president, just to swear them in. Yeah.
And if the president refuses to swear them in, can they assume office?
And that was why there was a problem when Uhuru refused to swear in some 6 judges. Because
where are those 6 judges? Are they serving?
The constitution does not allow Uhuru to cherry pick judges. Is just there to swear in. That is just a ceremonial thing. After the JSC, after the JSC has recommended the judges, then Uhuru has no any other mandate to say that now I want this judge and I don't want this judge.
You are not answering my question. I said when he rejected the 6 judges, are those judges serving in the capacity they were to be sworn in?
They are not serving, but court said that it was illegal for Uhuru to act the way he acted. So Uhuru has done an illegality.
After that, what has happened? Have now the courts approved the judges? They are sitting in the seat where they were to be sworn to get into.
There are no. The court have not done that.
Why? Because the president still has a say. And if he wants to control, if that is what you call controlling the judiciary, then he is doing it because he has proved it.
But
now,
he's doing it
that
using
is the
an
problem
illegal
with
means.
2010 constitution. Sorry?
Yeah. He's doing it using an illegal means.
What is illegal and illegal?
Because the constitution does not allow him.
Okay. Thank you. I think we have
judges.
Asante Mwango. You have taken enough of your time. I will put it to you that BBI is a knife that was drawn and it had consequences on both ends. And the more you speak, the more your leader speaks about it, the more it cuts him from the even support he would have gotten. So if you have a way of advising him, he would rather stay away from BBI. Because as much as he said BBI was crafted to stop him, yes. And when he stopped him, it also stopped him. Stopped it, and it stopped him. The reason why the mountain is gravitating towards the other side is on the same grounds of BBI. But that aside.
Can I contribute on that one just for 1 minute?
Oga, you have just come. Relax.
No, I know.
Bernard,
I know. There's something I just want to correct you on what you are saying.
Mwango.
It's not Mwango. It's not Mwango. Andrew, what is it?
Okay, what I'm just trying to say about the BBI and the judges. On this one, I think Uhuru government with Uhuru by himself and Raila, they shoot themselves on the ground, or they shoot themselves on the foot. Why? Because this thing of the ombudsman, I think this thing of the ombudsman was not necessary as per now, because that's where we have all this problem. And even if Raila comes in 2022, we'll still have the same problem, the power struggle.
Bernard, please, thank you so much for your input, but it's not accurate. Okay, the ombudsman is nothing new. It has been here all along. And is placed there for the mwananchi wa kawaida. It's not placed there for the executive. Let's remain factual in our presentations. Okay,
Bernard,
I am
point
saying,
of order, please. Point of order.
What is it, WG?
You see, the guy, what was his name again? The guy who just contributed. You know, some of us have been on queue here for as long as we can remember. And number two, we were waiting for you to finish your submission so that someone else can come through the chair, through the convener. But this, like someone just comes from nowhere and jumps in. I think we need to have enough order here.
Hey, thank you. I've heard that. I'm in the middle of my submission. I've not even started. The person interjected. That is why I let him. But I want us to be tolerant and also understand that there is the letter and the spirit of the law. We can work with one and exclude the other. So it is not
Bernard,
that we
the
are
reason why I'm
jumping on
saying that,
anybody to give somebody else a chance.
the reason why I'm
Naomba
saying
hivi
that is
tafadhali,
that I've
naomba
been
hivi.
waiting
Okay, let's not
with my
waste time.
interjection. There's something, Benson, we are not fighting. There's something just I wanted to put across. There's something that I wanted to interject to Mwango that I don't think will be okay if I let him go away with it.
Yes, can you interject?
No, hold
Yeah.
on. You people are now
Benson.
making me lose this debate. Okay. I'm responding to Mwango as I make my submission. WG, you are going to make your submission. Okay. Before you make your submission,
I don't
you
want to
respond.
make submission. I want to interject to what Mwango said. I will
So
make
which is
my
which?
submission
Are
later,
we
but
going to be
please now,
adjusting things there according to what we want?
no.
Yes.
No, not according to what we want. What I'm requesting is that just like I was waiting for you to finish interjecting,
But I
then I
have not
bring
even
on mine.
started. I've not even started now. You're making life difficult for me.
Yes.
Themba, I think Themba, you need to come back and take your show now. This show is defeating
No,
me.
Bernard.
Okay, Bernard, can you allow WG to interject? Can you just give him 1 minute?
Bernard, if I have to understand WG, he's saying before you make your submission, allow him to ask a question on Mwango.
Before I make my submission.
Yes, because you are just asking question. So you can, maybe he had a burning question you can ask and then you go to your submission. Maybe that is what is bothering him.
Okay. So,
WG also didn't feel that Andrew should have come in and interject as you are presenting. So I don't know. WG can ask his question, and then Bernard, you proceed on, and you take over.
Okay, sorry for the misunderstanding, Bernard. I just thought that we were following Mwango keenly, and you took over to take him on some issues, which I also had. So I thought, like, once you finished, I would come in also with my portion of some of the things he's trying to tell us here. So, but Mwango, what I wanted to tell you is that there is this habit that I learned that you have. Maybe it could be positive and sometimes might be negative also. That you get something from the deputy president and you run away with it without probing it. What I wanted to say is that before you run away with some of those things that the deputy president says in the rallies, probe them first. And you see, even us, when Raila came up with the 6,000 shillings initially, we tried to probe it. In fact, majority of us, some of us, including Sister Penny, today is not, she's not here. She was like, that one doesn't sound good. I don't think it's in order. People were dismissing it until the following day when Raila now explained himself regarding what he meant by the 6,000. That is when it dawned to many people that actually this thing is in order and it is workable. and therefore from there his supporters picked it, and we've tried to elaborate it. But you have a habit of running away with things here that are just meant for, they are just empty rhetorics. Because if you can say that BBI was Raila's weakest point, that he was trying to introduce imperial presidency, yet you've not gone there and dug deep and found out that it was actually going towards that end. That is very wrong, and that's why Mutembei earlier told you that some of the things when we were talking about the 2010 constitution, the same Ruto had brought in propaganda that the 2010 constitution would encourage those abortion and this gayism and such a kind of things, which we are not seeing today. Mutembe told you that quite well, and you should be very careful, because as we said yesterday, when we are here, we are not supposed to just support Raila, support Ruto. We also probe them and know and understand whether what they are telling us is true. You are not here to come and defend someone with lies. So please avoid that. Those lies are not workable. So again, BBI today, it is something even Raila himself says it has been thrown out. We will see if it's possible to revive it. So why Ruto is still insisting in that, it means he does not have anything to tell people. The crowd have presented themselves, but he has no menu to serve them. So he's running for the non-issues, things that are not even helping anymore. Why should Ruto insist on BBI? So these are some of the things I wanted to tell you, that before you get anything from Deputy President and come jump with them here, probe them first, because it makes you appear not like someone who is not so wise that you can probe those things. It's not so wise that, to bring on those issues that you are bringing us. Thank you.
Can I add something?
Bernard Mwango.
Stay in order, everybody, please. You lift your hand and you'll be given opportunity to. Collins, Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Add the one thing you want to add.
I want to respond to Mr. Mwango about the president having the power over the judiciary. In fact, if I vote Raila Amolo Odinga, I would like him to have all the powers, even over the parliament, and so that he can articulate his agenda very quickly. Why should I think you don't want a president to have power over the judiciary because you think Ruto is not a good person and maybe he should be controlled. So if at least if Uhuru is a good president, I think he still have control of judiciary because he has been advised to dissolve the parliament and he has not done so. And so many other that he has just ignored. So I think a president should have power, because when you vote a president, you vote a powerful man. You have power so over the judiciary and over the police and over all other things. So I don't think if you vote on good this person, because the judiciary is corrupt and there's so many other people. So if I trust the president can deal with the corruption and I don't trust the judiciary, so I would like the president to intervene so that a judge cannot take a bribe and then dismiss a case which had evidence and fact. So I think a president should have a control of judiciary. Like that ombudsman is very important, so that a judge cannot say that I'm fine, or you can just take a bribe and you just go. The president is powerful. He should have somebody who will make things work, because the president cannot be fighting with the judiciary, or the judiciary is fighting the executive. No,
The executive is the supreme. Even though you are independent, you are under the president, my friend. The president is the commander in chief, and I think if the president want to deal with corruption, or maybe want to make the judicially clean, like the way Uhuru rejected the 6 judges, you can't force the judiciary is fine and just bring to me and they do anything. The president is the president. He's the president of everything, and he should have control over everything so that he can do his things very well. So if you vote a good man, you should give him all the powers to rectify where possible. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Your point is made. Ancestor, community ancestor.
Yeah, Mwango, naomba kuuliza swali moja. Kuna kesi ambayo inaendelea about Top Cohen. Yule mwenye alipatikana kwa septic tank. Unajua hiyo ilikuja kugundulika kuwa Judge Ole Kantai alihusika. So DPP amekataa kupeana file ndiposa huyu judge akuwe prosecuted. Sasa kama ombudsman ingekuwa pale, mwalimu wa sheria ambaye ni Monari angekimbia pale launch complaint kuhusu huyo judge. Saa hii sasa itachukua muda mrefu sijui mpaka November, ndiposa DPP ameshtakiwa, inastahili aondolewe kwa sababu ya hiyo kesi. So kama tungekuwa na ombudsman, Monari angekimbia direct kwa ombudsman, huyo judge Ole Kantai ashtakiwe. So hapa ndio, alafu unakuja kusema kuwa ombudsman ilikuwa mbaya. You see, ebu ufafanue hiyo brother.
Okay, ombudsman sio mbaya, but the problem was ombudsman was to be the appointee of the president, as in president ndio alikuwa anachagua ombudsman. So ilikuwa ni kama anakuwa ni mtu wa president hapo kwa court. But kama wangeweka that ombudsman angekuwa anachaguliwa na channel ingine, then ingekuwa ni sawa. But the problem was that alikuwa anachaguliwa na nani? Na rais. So ni kama anatumika kama ni macho ya rais pale ndani ya kotini, na maybe rais pia angemtumia ku control court. I think that one was the main problem there. But that role of ombudsman is not bad, but the channel on how that guy was supposed to be appointed. Remember, we have the 3 arms of government and they are independent. Alafu kidogo kwa Mr. Collins. Do you know why watu walichagua 2010 constitution? Ku limit the power of the president. Because watu waliumia the era of Moi, where Moi was all powerful. Moi was the supreme. Moi alikuwa mtukufu baba, where ukiongea kidogo hivi unaenda. That's why we now ushered in the 2010 constitution, ambayo pia imesumbua Uhuru, because Uhuru bado akona ile mawazo ya Moi. So akijaribu hivi koti inamweka kando, akijaribu hivi koti inamweka kando, and that's what we wanted.
Can I respond to you?
Yes.
Okay. First thing, I'm assuming that I'm a Bogael or I'm a Jama Mkokoteni. When I vote a president, I don't know what is a judiciary. I don't know law. You know, you are trying to think that you know much. the judges who are supposed to be appointed. And in fact, before those issues were raised by politicians, we don't know how many judges who are supposed to be appointed. Majority of us, we were not even aware of that process, how it goes. We just started reading immediately the president, or it was raised by Tanga or whatever politician. Those are not our issues. When I vote a president, my hope belongs your president. If it is dealing with the corruption cases, mi kama wananchi naamini ndio maana mnasema ni Uhuru apigani na corruption. I'm saying ni judiciary. Mbona mnamblame Uhuru? Juu sasa mimi nimepigia Uhuru kura. Mimi sina haja ya kutetea jaji. Mi imani yangu iko sure kama jaji ako na makosa, na that does not mean president. Sijasema saa hiyo president akuwe imperial ama akuwe powerful. Juu hawezi pitisha kitu yenye iko, but kama ni makosa iko mahali anaweza correct ikiwa makosa, but not that anaweza weka kitu wrong ni msupport, no. Juu hiyo itaonekana wazi, but kama maybe ni kesi fulani imeingiliwa hapa na ako na ukweli, sasa unaweza kuniambia president anajua these 6 judges are corrupt, eti sheria inasema tuweka. The other day tulisikia jaji mmoja ni hao eti wamehusika na kesi sijui gani na gani. So I think the president, sayo nasema president akuwe na powers. Nasema president ndio tumaini yangu kama mwananchi wakati nilichaguana. And that is why I should vote the best president. So when I vote a president, I don't expect now to know how the judges work, because I know the president will deal with that. Mimi kama mwananchi nachaguanga.
Okay, thank you. Your point is made, please. Andrew, you're lifting your hand.
So anyway, let me give a little bit of contribution here, and I want us to look on
contribution. If it's not a response,
okay, it's a response. Okay, it's a response. This is what I'm thinking that Kenya we are getting into. About the BBI constitution, and I've talked to a couple of politicians that I know. I think we should bite the bullet by its head. It's a high time that Kenya, the way we have, we were supposed to add more constituency, 1 man, 1 vote. I think it's a high time that we put these judges under election, whereby we as the people, we should have the power to elect the judges by vote. And then let the judges elect the ombudsman by themselves, whereby in case we feel like as a judge A, judge B cannot do his job or is not independent, we can petition the legislators so that they can be impeached the way we can impeach our governors and we can impeach our MPs. That's the only way we will draw the line and make them be independent but be accountable on our vote. But if we continue with all these things that, oh, let's do this, we need judges to be elected by the common mwananchi, and then we common mwananchi, we have the powers, the way we have the power to elect our president, our MPs, our MCs and everything. We should have that power to elect these judges. They should go on the ground and tell us, I'm a judge A and B. This is what I'll do for you if I get been elected a judge for the next 3 years, 2 years or 5 years. And then we can take them accountable. Thank you.
Andrew, hey. The purpose of the judiciary is to preside over conflicting information.
No, I understand that, but I'm talking on. No, let me answer you. Give me a moment. The reason I'm telling you, in America, we do elect judges.
You elect judges.
We do elect judges, but they still do the same job.
On the campaign trail.
They do campaign, and I'll do for you a favor. Tomorrow is only that is it's at night. I'll take pictures for you on the roads. How many judges have put their posters outside the roads to be elected on November 2nd?
Just get me a video or something. So I'll be appreciate.
Actually, you know what? Give me a minute. I'm gonna go out.
Enough. Thank you. Okay. Now,
Bernard, I wanted to remind us of the topic.
Okay, thank you, everybody. And please, let's stay calm. Huh? Let's stay calm. Let's not get heated up. There are two people, Caris and who else? Their gadget is not well constituted, so it is having problem getting into the studio. You get out, then organize, give. If you're using phone, allow it to control, allow StreamYard to control your audio and your video. You will easily get into the studio. All right. I think we are done with Mwango. I should make my submission.
I had
I
one
begin.
question
Question to who?
to Mwango.
You want to ask
Today
another question to Mwango?
let him ask any question. Let him ask.
No, you know the problem with Mwango,
No.
he has confused everybody here with the information.
No, I think, and it's not an accident. It's I tend to feel is a deliberate derail of the conversation, and I want to desist from that.
Okay,
So
then
that
let
we
me make a
keep our
correction in one
focus, we debate on
30
issues,
seconds.
and not follow somebody in the bush. That's what I know I've been called unfair, but I accept it. If we will not enter the bush simply because somebody's dragging us into the bush.
Acha nimjibu.
Unauliza swali, unamjibu. Wewe Mr. Collins, leo uko vipi wewe?
Nasema
No, me, I wanted to correct Mwango in a simple way. One, you cannot say that every arm of government is independent, including executive. But remember, even in the JSC, there are 3 members appointed by president to sit there. So the fact that they are independent doesn't mean they are not accountable. These 3 arms of government are accountable to each other. And then when we talk about the spirit and the letter of the law, as Bernard put it, you see, you are when you put a signature, hata today wewe ukikuwa job na uletewa barua wakwambie sign here and you just sign at it's ceremonial, my friend, as long as your signature is there, it's binding. So the fact that the constitution contemplated that president should put a signature on the appointees, it also gave him the power to think about it before he puts a signature. You cannot put a signature ceremonially. It binds you. So whatever you sign, you have to contemplate upon it. If you don't agree with it, you don't put your signature on that. So think about that.
Okay, thank you. I hope that is clear enough. I don't want to weigh more on the same.
I want to add something.
No. When it's your time to submit, please start with that something. Okay? Thank you. I want to state that no person is appointed by the president to serve the president or to look out for the president's interest. The president is in office to serve Kenya according to the constitution, and so are each and every one of the appointees. If it is wrong for the president to appoint the ombudsman, okay, then it is wrong for him to appoint ministers, cabinet secretaries, and all these other people, parastatal heads, and all that. Why? Because from your school of thought, you think that if he's there, he will be controlled by the president to do what? The president has been given the key to run the entire country. If it is a risk for the president to control the ombudsman, then it is a risk for the president to control the entire country. The purpose of the constitution is so that we safeguard each and every Kenyan under the present leadership. And so the president is not above the law, so is his appointee. So anybody saying that the ombudsman he will go and scare the judges or make the judges not to be independent or give independent rules, he's misguided in the sense that he thinks we still have got that notion whereby the president serves in his office for his personal gain. And that is what is messing up the country. And even right now, the reason why the deputy president is bitter about anybody asking for the president's vying for presidency. I don't understand why he should be bitter. One, Kenya is not a monarchy, whereby if your father die, you inherit the leadership. It's a democracy. A democracy means when a vacant comes up, everybody will go to wananchi, and whoever wananchi chooses will become president. So the president is not a reserve of the deputy president, is not a reserve of any Kenyan. Every Kenyan of sound mind, of right age, is qualified to ask for that seat. So the DP needs to appreciate that he has gotten a privilege of being called Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. That is the highest he has come. Now, if he wants to ascend to presidents, he still has to step down from that DP horse, okay, and humble himself before wananchi and say, I have served you for 10 years as DP. Please, I beg you, if you promote me, I can become president. But going around the country trying to whip up emotions in the pretext that people should have pity on him, everybody has ganged against him. Mkata wengi ni mchawi, Waswahili wanasema, okay? You don't have to have a problem with everybody. You cannot be the constant factor that everybody is against you. Any meeting is about you. It doesn't add up. And so the UDA people, you need to wake up and realize that even your style of campaign is not going down well for this country. This country right now is looking for a unifying factor whereby we need to get more coherent, speak in the same language, go in the same direction. It appears to me that the DP doesn't know the politics of collaboration. He knows the politics of confrontation. And that is why he has to make enemies everywhere, because he thrives in confrontation. You can't handle and run a country when you're always confrontational. That is why even when Atuoli and Malala were pushing the president to talk nje and crack the whip and all that, the president's response was, msione simba menyeshewa mkafikiria ni paka. That means something can be done, but it doesn't have to be confrontational. Solutions can be found out of collaboration. I'll give you historical reality. One of the things that made Jaramogi's political life and political career be destroyed is because he did not learn the politics of collaboration. When he differs with Jomo Kenyatta on principle, he will stick by that principle, and in the process of that principle, he will not think of the other side. Different from Raila, the son. Raila realizes that after I push, I can go for handshake and other things can be turned around by collaboration. That is how things are done. We brought down KANU not by confrontation, but by collaboration. There are things, as far as the country is concerned, that require people to reason together. You cannot be the only one reasoning and you want your reason to be the right one. When the country belongs to all of us, each one of us has a contribution to make. And so, even when we are seeking the offices of operation or leadership, we must be cognizant of the fact that even that Mama Mboga going to vote, what she desires is important. It's not her to be just a voting machine and you do the thinking and do anything you want. So Kenya's presidency is available to everybody. As soon as Uhuru, the parliament is dissolved, the seat will become vacant and anybody, including me, can go for the seat. let the DP accept it. He's not the apparent heir and he's not entitled to the seat. He has to ask for it, and we have a right to say yes or no. Secondly,
But on the judge, I'm not for you. I'm not with you. For the judge, I'm not for you.
Andrew, I'm going to drop you. There is a difference between people looking for an opportunity to do something and people out to build a nation. It appears to me that when everybody is working out on how we can bring the nation together, have a proper understanding, and chart a way forward for the entire country, the DP and his team are out to look for how to scandal all that, dismiss all that, so that their opportunity can be harnessed. That, to me, is zero as far as national leadership is concerned. Let us accept that in Kenya we are different. We are 47 plus tribes, and each of these tribes have different way of doing things. We have different traditions. We have different belief system. You cannot come and impose your desire and your ambition on everybody and silence everybody to dance to your tune. If you are doing that during campaign, it means if we give you that seat, you are going to give us a lot of trouble. I don't know how many here would want to have DP as their DP if they were to become president.
Bernard, can I interject? Are you a bit?
Interject. What are you saying?
Oh, there's some point that that you say that the DP thinks that he is the apparent heir of the presidency. I don't think so. The DP is not in record saying that he is the apparent heir. And that's why he's out looking for votes. That's why he's in coast campaigning. Because he knows that this thing is a democracy where everyone must face the ballot and then the people to elect whomever they want. So it's very wrong to say that the DP thinks that is the apparent heir of the presidency. If
have you
maybe that one was a thought.
Have you listened to him, or you are saying what you think he has said?
I've listened to him, and that's why he's campaigning. If he was the apparent,
what is his slogan for campaign? Is it not hao watu wamekusanyika kunizuia mimi? Hao watu wamekusanyika pamoja kunistopisha mimi. Why should that be the reason?
But that one is a fact, because we see that people are ganging, including the president, taking side to support somebody else just to beat the DP.
Oh, thank you. So, support someone else.
Yeah.
Support
So
from Uganda, right, or from Uganda or from Ghana.
The DP, okay, from Kenya. So they are ganging.
So we have Kenyans that are more Kenyans than others.
No, they are ganging as a team to face the DP.
They are not ganging. They are bringing the nation together. One love. Azimio la umoja. Okay? If you don't like that, then you are part of the Kenyan problem. We are through with divisive politics. Now, after you want to divide the country in the middle, you now want to divide it in the classes. You want to make a government of mama mbogas against mama houses and all that. It is not going to take off, not in Kenya. But we wish you the best. Let me conclude my submission. Then we go to the next person. Okay. This is what I will say. UDA is running out of steam. It's running out of tricks. It's running out of all their plans. And because of that, they are desperately wanting to hang on anything and everything they can lay hold on. That is the wrong way to do the campaign. My free advice to UDA guys is call your troops back to the barracks and organize another way of going about 2022 elections. If you don't do that in good time, I said in the morning that this is going to be one presidential race that is going to be uncontested. Vile ilikuwanga ya Moi. Moi was president for how many years? Almost 15 years without unopposed. Those of you who have been in Kenya for, you know that. There were no elections for president because Moi was unopposed for over 15 years until now. The last 10 years of his term is where we had multi-party, and therefore he had to go for elections. But the other terms, he was only changing. After 5 years, he takes an oath. After another 5 years, he takes an oath for being unopposed. If we don't, if the UDA guys don't work on their script properly and be able to organize themselves, they will end up having nothing to challenge as far as 2022 elections is concerned.
Yes,
thank you very much.
Bernard.
Yes.
The man to beat now is Ruto. If you look at the current situation, Raila is playing a catch-up game, and he's trying to catch up with Ruto. Ruto had gone some miles.
Ruto is okay. You are free to. You are entitled to that. Okay.
Yeah,
and
as to whether he will catch up, we don't know.
There is no catching up. Nobody is competing with Ruto. Ruto is competing with himself, running around trying to salvage what he doesn't have. If you do not have money in your pocket and you keep searching your pockets to get out money, how much will you get from the pocket? We have been told the mountain is ours. I am the kingpin of the mountain. Nobody will go to the mountain except they pass through me. We have been there without passing through them.
Okay, being
Let
there.
it end there. Thank you. Enough of that.
Bernard,
No. Mwango, you
Bernard,
have spent enough time. Nataka tusonge mbele.
my submission now.
Ngoja kwanza. WG, you don't take. You
And
wait.
me, please.
You wait to be given. Asante sana. Now, we'll still go to WG, but I want us to remain in order, please. Na tufanye hii show haraka haraka kwa sababu we have a nation to build.
Yeah, well in order, Bernard.
By daybreak.
Well
Okay?
in order,
So
well
don't
in order.
stretch matters just for the sake of stretching. Don't argue for the sake of arguing. Let's have facts and execute them rightly. Thank you very much.
Okay.
WG, go ahead.
In my submission.
So hold on, everybody. If you are not speaking, your mic should be mute. Hiyo ni sheria tuliweka kitambo because the feedback from your mic distorts the broadcast. Secondly, I said when you are waiting to speak, invite somebody to watch. Don't just sit and wait. Be busy as you listen. You are inviting somebody to watch so that we are speaking to Kenyans and not just among ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. Thank you very much. I've been listening for over a period of time on submissions, and one of the things I also appreciate Mwango being here because at least he is the clearest indicator of what camp UDA is thinking, what they are thinking, or we can gauge from his contributions. So, okay, the topic, I want us to come back to the topic. Sometimes we meander so much far away. Now we were discussing BBI, which should not have found the place. We should have given it its own time. Raila in Meru. So this was another very important event for Raila's continuation in Mount Kenya. Remember, just a few, like less than a month ago, this was an impossibility. That was a Ruto stronghold, very strong. But according to what we saw today, and Mutembei actually mentioned that we can take it to the bank that nobody will defeat Raila in Meru because he was, welcomed by those Meru giants, Kiraitu Murungi, Peter Munya, Kiremi Mweria, all the stalwarts there. So this was a very successful, event today. In fact, the kind of reception Raila got, according to me, is it spoke a lot. And very soon, I think we are looking forward to see a big tussle.
I think we lost him.
A little patience. WG, are you coming? Okay, I think he's stuck. He has technical issues.
Can I go on?
Ngoja kwanza. Where Andrew? I will teach you patience today. Hold your horses. We are going to Mr. Collins. Then come to you. Mr. Collins, unmute and take WG's nini as he negotiates to come back.
Okay. So the topic is about Meru and Raila. Fortunately, I'm in Meru currently, and I know what is going on. And Governor Krito Morongi and the Peter Munya, they were even fighting to be seen with who is very close to the Raila. It means that they have much love to say Raila there. And everybody feels that you want to be attached to there. Now the problem with Ruto will come in Meru, and they try to convince us that, for example, you have the seat of Mother Kome, the CJ, you'll meet the seat of Munya. Then you try to convince us that those seats are not important. When you have them, what you need is money in your pocket. So those people don't care about you. What Ruto does not tell us is that these people, even if he does not give us this position, they will be taken. And millions have started to feel that there is nothing wrong with the Sinjai Kome being my nini. Even if he is not helping me, I'm very comfortable with it. The way Courageous are very comfortable with William Ruto being their deputy president without helping them with anything. They even want him to be the president, to feel that he is one of their own. So we have started to understand that. That is why he does not want to go through these people, because these people will ask him, what do you have for us? What do you have for us? We will want at least one ministerial seat. Will you give us? We will want maybe you to pay it and if you that to pay. He does not want negotiation. Maybe it's because he want to put his own people there. He does not want people that they want to represent the community. But the problem, we are asking, what is the problem when we are represented? It's okay, they are not helping us, but as if they are not helping us, those seats will be taken, even by not our own. So why not us, without helping others? So William Ruto, I can say, the way you have just said, he lives in confrontation. For example, Raila Odinga has nominated many people who have already left him, like Senator Maura, Sosio Nini, and you'll never hear him saying that huyo mtu amenisaliti. You have found very many like Governor Raboso the late, and so many people. Tulisikia hata alilipia Moses Kuria school fees. You never hear him saying that Moses Kuria is an relative to me. No, even the time they meet, you say is my son. And so many other things. Maybe Moses Kuria, unless Moses Kuria himself feel guilty and testify that in fact this guy paid for me. Raila Odinga has a foundation. I don't know if William Ruto has any. Where we know he helps so many people. Even my mind has another one. If they even help children so many other things. So never hear them even saying because they are not helping, so that they are not bribing you. But William Ruto now walk all the country so that watu wamwimbie aonekane. So it is somebody who want to entice people. For example, when you come to Meru, you want maybe Karaito Murongo to feel that I'm not secure when I'm not supporting this guy. So I come there as a desperate Karaito Murongo, or maybe a desperate Munya. I'm not coming to negotiate, I'm coming to save myself. And that is the narrative that we have come to understand. As long as we are going to vote one of these two, or maybe another person who is not on his side, what is wrong with it? Kwani kuna shinda? Why is he behaving as he is the only savior? He is like and God is somebody sent from heaven that he can represent even everything. He can represent me without even asking so many questions. You know, those are some of the issues that people are raising, and they have come to understand. There is nothing. There is no. There is. I can't take this person. Maybe there is someone who follows Kreito Murongi. There is someone who follows Peter Munya. You feel that there is nothing wrong with me following where he is because I don't hate him. But this person is trying to either bring a trend or force some issues. For example, there were some by-elections there in our land where they were postponed because of some other issues. That UNDA filed a case so that maybe they fear the CCK of Moses Kuria maybe will debate them or not. But what they want is to intimidate. Already the MBC and already declared everything. And I think the reason why the court has drained that issue is because maybe there is something that is not adding up. So they used everything available.
Unganisha azma yetu ili tuweze kushughulikia mahitaji na matakwa ya wananchi wadogo. Tuunde chama ya mahasla UDA ambayo alama yake ni wheelbarrow, ambayo tunasema kazi ni kazi. Tunakubaliana safari hii siasa ya Kenya haitakuwa ya viongozi na vyeo na mamlaka. Siasa ya Kenya safari hii itakuwa mambo ya mwananchi, ajira ya watoto wetu, biashara ya wafanyabiashara wadogo na kilimo ya watu wa kawaida. Mimi nawauliza kwa heshima watu wa Kaloleni, wale tunashindana na wao wanasema wanataka wabadilishe katiba, waongeze mamlaka ya rais, waongeze vyeo ya viongozi, waongeze mamlaka ya viongozi kugawana. Sisi tunasema tubadilishe uchumi kwanza jameni. Ndio watoto wetu wasio na kazi tuwatafutie ajira. Ndio hawa kina mama wanaohangaika, kama si jua ni mvua, kama si mvua ni askari, kama si askari ni Shylock,
kama si Shylock ni Fuliza, kama si Fuliza ni CRB. Kwanza tuwasaidie wapate pesa ya kufanya biashara kwanza. Ala.
So acha niendelee.
Ukiendelea kukamilisha.
Si huyu ameongea sana.
Carry on, conclude.
Nilikuwa nasema
why can't we mute please?
So I was saying, William Ruto would always want to work with these people who think that he is doing them a favor. So, but these people have already realized that the game that he was using is these crowns. When you come with many crowns, you motivate what? So they will fear you. But that they are doing that. So what else will he do to prove that he is better than them if they move crowd the way he was moving? Because there is nothing else that William Ruto was alikuwa anatisha nayo watu. Anakuja anasema anaongea watu wengi, inaonyeshwa kila mahali. Now it is happening. What else will he prove us with that he is more popular than these two Meru people? Ukiangalia hiyo mikutano, utamwambiaje sasa atadrive in between these two gentlemen without juni crowd alikuwa anaonyesha hao amemove even 5 times kama yenye alikuwa anataka. Hata wanang'ang'ania, ukiangalia Isiolo bado alikuwa anang'ang'ania, mangavana wote wanataka, hata watu wanawagombania pale kwa Raila. Si ati wako na shinda na Raila, watu wote wako sawa hapo. Sasa utaenda uambie huyo mtu makosa yake iko wapi? Utamwambia sasa wewe uko na umaarufu kwake aje? Yeah, that is it.
Okay, thank you. I think that settles that. We go back to WG, and this time, Beck, you are next to allow you conclude, please. WG.
Thank you. And please mute. Someone to mute. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was explaining about the success of Raila in Meru, and I was pinpointing that very soon he should be also careful to know how he must keep all those his friends together, because I'm realizing it happened in Isiolo, and we saw it also in Meru. So although they love him, but on the ground you find that there's a lot of rivalry. So if this rivalry is not handled so well, it might be counterproductive. So that is the only thing that I saw, because again, since the mountain has been promised the DP post, I'm seeing that kind of rivalry between Mount Kenya West and Mount Kenya East. They should begin pondering how they are going to handle it, so that each section or each side participate in identifying their man that they would bring forth for this post of DP. So because a lot of differences, very strong personalities are emerging. You had last time Peter Kenneth, his area mates were already campaigning for him to get that post. You see that the Mount Kenya East also, Meru included, are coming up very strongly, and the big crowd that was witnessed today is their bargaining power. They will soon put their bargaining, bargain on the table for consideration. So the leadership of the new outfit, I don't want to call it ODM, because now this one has gone beyond ODM. It's inter-parties, how they are going to tackle it. Again, I want, on the same note, Mwango had brought something that Raila has entered Meru, just like Ruto has entered Coast, which I dispute. Ruto has been roaming those areas even before now. Take, for instance, Western Kenya. He would go there every other time, pull crowds. But when the by-elections came, what was the indicators? He was flawed left, right, and center in Bungoma and in Kakamega. So, what, according to me, it will take Raila less than 30 minutes to undo what Ruto is handling around at the coast today. He's not going to take him a lot of it. Number two, those people that Ruto is targeting and cost is not any difference are youths, and he's inducing them. Most of those crowds are coming to get something from Ruto. And that's the reason why you find that he's so much obliged to promise something, to give something, so that the expectation of those who had arrived to not to hear what he's saying, but to get something from him. Like right today in Malindi, as he was getting in the car, some vehicle, people followed him and everyone was had his hands stretched. What are you leaving us? I don't know whether I'm the one who got it wrong, but that was the sign. That what are you giving us? Until he did not, he stayed a little bit at the door of the vehicle trying to listen. I don't know whether he was negotiating with them or what. But you see, people follow him so much because he is offering something. I'm yet to see William Ruto going to inculcate his position and his what he's going to do for them when he's the president without giving anything. So now his campaigns are changing from campaigning to going to uplift the Mamamboga and what. It's not the campaign. He should differentiate, because if he's going to uplift Mamamboga, where are this time? And projects that were not there. So he's a very deceptive guy. He's a very deceptive guy that people should look around for. Then there is this about the person of Ruto. In conclusion, you realize that he has not been associated with anything. What does Ruto stand for? When the constitution is when we were agitating for constitution, Ruto was in the side of no. During Kanu period, he was on the side of those people who are of a dictatorship government that was oppressing Kenyans. And when now he took over power, William Ruto did not have even respect for the person that was ahead of him, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Instead, he was antagonistic. He was the only person who wanted I don't even know whether it was true, but there was sometimes when he went to his own people and tried to indicate that he is the one running this government. The other guy is a drunkard in Kalenjin. That one I read one time, and he said it in their vernacular. So this is a man who's been full of himself. And in the 5 or 8 years, the first term William Ruto was with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, he was silent because Uhuru gave him time. And during that time he was given, instead of working so hard to realize the stadiums that they had promised people, he was amassing wealth. He was encroaching in other people's land and public land. And this wealth that he was amassing, he was targeting that wealth with this current election that we are approaching. And even the 2017 election, William Ruto had known that in 2022 he's going to stand. And therefore he decided to, go and plant his own people in the names of Ichungwa and this Gachagua from Uhuru's backyard, so that the people that he felt were pro Uhuru, like Kioni and Kanini Kegas and those other ones, he had already plotted to rig them out. Actually, why they are not drinking water with someone like Kavogo is because he was rigged out. So this is a person who had planned for this 2022 very well. And that is what he is executing today. And that's the reason why, by his own words, he says he is a man on a mission. So he knows where he is targeting. His mission is to get to State House, and he means that. So this small goodies that he's bringing is just what he had planned. Give them, these people, goodies, and identify people who cannot interrogate him so well, like people who have, they're more or less semi-literate people and disparate and jobless. These are people who will not put him to task. And therefore, again, today, William Ruto will not go to an office or in a room where people are going to probe his policies. Like Raila would go to the University of Nairobi and sit with the youths and now allow youths to ask him questions. The Mount Kenya guys, he cannot go to Mount Kenya Foundation where people will probe him on what he stands for, because he's running away from that, from those issues. In real sense, he does not even have any agenda. All he wants is to find himself in State House. And therefore, my dear brothers, and if the sisters are still around here, if William Ruto comes to power, number one, the constitution will be changed. And he's not gonna, it will go beyond 10 years. That is what I know that will happen. So, and in finishing, I want to say that this narrative, I'm finishing, please, so that
substantiate how you're going
yes.
to change the constitution before you leave. Okay.
Oh,
on a light note. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I will do that. But before I substantiate, this narrative that he normally and more try to advance it here, that people are ganging up against him. Everyone is ganging up against him. What kind of a man is this William Ruto? That everybody who is reasonable, anybody who is reasonable, the only people who are with William Ruto as we speak today are people who, when you are kona dosari, either wash, or someone who is running away from some corruption he did, and the government is chasing after them, then they find a safe haven in his camp. But everyone who thinks straight is leaning towards Raila Odinga as a candidate, as a presidential candidate. You can't say everyone is ganging against you. There's ganging up and there is reasoning. So we can only say that people with the right status of mind do disqualify William Ruto to run in any office, judging from how he has handled himself in the previous seasons. So that is what I can say. There's no one who is ganging up against Ruto, because there's nothing he can achieve also. Right now, as we are moving, today it was in Meru.
Okay, thank you. Please land.
It will also go on. Yeah. I land.
Please conclude. You have landed.
Yes, yes. So I want to just have that submission, please.
Thank you,
Can I have a
thank you.
question?
Well, Mwango has a question. Okay, ask your question quickly. We are going to Andrew, then Patriot, and I want us to call it a day.
Okay, it's
Mwango,
a
what's your
form.
question?
Yeah, it's a form of a rebuttal. WG has said that Ruto supported a tyrant government, a dictatorship government. That one was Moi's government. And I think also Raila also at some point joined this government. Raila joined Moi, what was known as Kanu Maja. If you have facts, that means that Raila also supported a tyrant government. So that blames goes to both.
Okay. No. Listen now, Mwango.
That blame goes to both.
Mwango.
It
Mwango,
doesn't,
listen. Okay, yeah.
Mwango.
Wait.
I told you are an
Okay.
intelligent young man. Stop comparing the incomparable.
So can I go on?
Ngoja kwanza,
Next
Andrew.
question.
Hold
Next
on,
part.
Andrew. Let them
Next
finish.
part.
You're coming next.
Another rebuttal. He said that if Ruto takes government, he will change the constitution. My question is, if Raila, together with Uhuru, have been defeated to change the constitution through BBI, do you think Ruto will manage?
Let me answer that.
Now, during
who say,
just let
WG.
me. I've gotten you well. Yes. Let me tell him something shortly. Then I leave it for you, Patriot, so that you can.
hold on, WG.
So
Mwango, finish your questions. Okay.
The only
Let
two questions.
WG. Sorry?
There were only two questions.
Oh, there were only two questions. Okay, then mute your mic.
Yeah, so
WG,
question number
quickly.
one, we all know why Raila entered there. And at what point of this season did even Moi himself allow Raila into Kanu? It was when Moi had also even changed his mind that he was bringing the Section 2A. This is when he allowed. Actually, these were just measures that Moi was putting up, knowing very well he was approaching the imminent retirement. But when Moi was Moi himself, Raila was one of his victims. So you can't say that Raila also joined his government. Raila joined the government, Moi's government, for the very purpose that he wanted to get something from Kanu. So that was a scheme. Raila did not participate in advancing any of the Moi misrule. He did not. If anything, the role that he took was as a minister. He was given, the Minister of Roads in that line? And that is what he executed by then. Number two, on the point of the other issue you were asking about, Mwango, just a reminder.
Was,
constitution change.
My question was, my question was that,
just so
my question was,
hold on, I'm finishing. Yes, Mwango.
Order, please.
Okay, my question was that if Raila and Uhuru have been defeated to change the constitution through the BBI, will Ruto manage to change this constitution when he comes in as a president?
Good. That was is a very good question, Mwango. Yes, he will. He will, because this is if Uhuru had a strong will, believe you me, the courts would do nothing. The courts will do nothing. There would be something that he would do that would ensure that the BBI would be still relevant. But since they have good intentions, then they let those institutions do their part, just the way the court did. So they respect the constitution. But here, it depends with the strong will of the person sitting on the presidency. And that's why we need to probe these people that we are allowing near power. That's the reason why it's very important. That question is so much important than running away with the goodies, the short-time gains you are given for today. We need to probe the person who are coming next to power. Is he a person who is reasonable? Is he a person when he sees the country is about to divide itself into two, then he comes for the handshake, which most of you are dismissing. So we should know those things, Mwango.
Bernard.
Yes, sir.
A quick one with being neutral here.
Yeah, can I take on before?
No, I've already, please.
Hold
Just
on,
take a second.
Andrew, you are coming next.
Andrew, a
Let
second.
us finish prosecuting Mwango, then you are coming to make your submission. Okay, quickly, Patriot.
Good morning, my fellow panelists and comrades. I hope you are doing well. I just wanted to do an intro, a statement that borders between the argument between Mwango and WG, because as you can see my name, I'm very patriotic and neutral sometimes. So allow me to be a bit neutral here to moderate between WG and Mwango on this issue of the Constitution and what the president can do outside the Constitution to manipulate the rule of the day, the rule and order of how government runs. WG, I want to say, as far as this platform is concerned, it is very difficult for you, my comrade, to substantiate how the DP will actually manipulate the constitution because of him becoming the next president. It is difficult to do that. And in my view, WG, that borders along the kind of arguments that comes from our fellow brothers who are in UDA, who don't give stuff that is not substantiated. It cannot be substantively executed to say how, because we are going with facts. So as much as we are both, supporting Baba, on that one, I think it will take you a baggage of literature data for you to execute that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Patriot. But I will take you on that one. Huh?
Okay.
WG did a very good job by saying the character of the person. And he was very lenient and tried to paint it nicely. That's why it defeated him. The matter is very simple. If the BBI was being pushed by the DP and the DP was the president, as we speak right now, BBI will have gone through, whether through hell or through the street or through the door.
How? How?
Wait,
Bernard?
I give you an example. Okay?
Okay.
After the repeat elections, okay, and there was a question of legitimacy, and the matter was to go before the Supreme Court again, and it looked like if it goes before the Supreme Court again, it will be ruled the other way. What happened? The vehicle of the DP of the Supreme Court was sprayed by bullets.
Okay, leave it at that then. Bernard, that's okay. That is a can of worms. That's okay then. I hear you. So let's
there were
leave it
a
at
lot
that.
of intimidation just to force their way. You get that? So we have people who force their way and they are manipulative in nature. And you can see it even in the politics that is being played. Obviously, he wants the people to feel he's a victim. So he manipulates their emotions so that they favor him. It is not in DP's nature to be what he portrays himself to be, but he knows how to play it around in such a way that he can capitalize on the niceness of the people to work in his favor. That kind of a person will do anything he wants to do given power. I fear that. Now, I know we'll deal with that more and more. Let's hear from
That is
Andrew.
great.
No,
That is
no,
great.
no, Bernard.
Yeah.
Bernard,
So
it was me. I only did a neutral statement, and it was me to actually contribute. If I'm not wrong, that was my time, sir.
No,
Can
no,
I
it
go
wasn't
on?
your time.
Okay.
You are only coming in because you wanted to help WG with Mwango.
Yes. Okay.
The order is we hear from Andrew, then we come to you, then we hear from Bogwa.
Okay.
all right. So
Thank you.
yeah.
Andrew,
So
go ahead.
yeah, thank you so much. And there's one thing I want to congratulate you that as much as we take this talking here literally, but I have come to realize that it's going viral. I've got good positive things about you guys, about the panel, and about the host, which is a good thing. We are touching people's hearts. So whatever we say, let's not just take it for granted and just split whatever we want to split. And that's the reason why nowadays I try to watch what I say. I'm going to be very short and clear, and I will take the neutral ground with the speaker who just, I don't know the name, but I can just, yourself. The politics of Kenya for 2022 is based on economy. The politics of Kenya in 2022 is based on BBI. That's a fact. And I don't want to talk about the 6,000 or the wheelbarrow. What I'm trying to say is, let's think about us as Kenyans, and let's talk to the Kenyans. What do we want? Do we want the person who come on the podiums and tell us that, okay, this is what we want to do for you, and this is what we do for you when we get power? These people are already in power. We have enough parliamentarians. We have a lot of the representative in our, both houses. And to me, where I'm going to bring BBI in, where I think we can do it between now, or we can do it with the first 100 days when the next president take in, be it Ruto or be it Raila, is for us to, take the poverty or, create an employment. It's already with us. Why am I saying this? Rather than talking about the wheelbarrow and talking about the 6,000, which will take time for that to happen, which is that the truth we know every one of us, is why can't we use the tax credit that BBI was talking about and use the wheelbarrow model that they're trying to talk about, the bottom up, bottom down, is it bottom down, bottom up, whatever model they're trying to say, and say all the factories within our country, they can get those tax credits and pass it on the law, or maybe pass it within the 100 days, and then create the employment and then increase the minimum wage. This is where I don't agree with that Wally at all on the labor law. This is something that they can do now before the next president, or the next president can say, I can do this within 100 days, whereby all those university students, they are meeting, and the youths and everything, giving them wheelbarrow, they will be offered 40 hours a week, something that they are sweating for to earn their living. And then if you get out of employment, then you can bring your letter from the employment and bring it to the social welfare and get your 6,000 because you are out of employment. That's what I'm thinking. And the reason I'm saying this is this panel, I'm telling you, I've talked to a couple of politicians and they listen to it, even if it's now or after. They go back and listen to these things. So whatever we are saying here, they usually take it in consideration. So that's one thing of ending the poverty level in Kenya, which we are actually doing it. But we have politicians, oh, I'll do you this, I'll do you that. When they get the power, they don't do that. The reason I'm saying this, we are how many times in your village, nikichaguliwa, nitatengeneza hii barabara. Hii barabara imekuwa mbaya. Hii tunataka dispensary hapa. Tunataka hii hapa. Hiyo harambee yenye mtu anafanya ya kufanyia, we do a lot of funerals harambee. We do a lot of, I don't know what harambee. Why can't we do those harambee with these politicians who wants to be on the seat and create that, what do you call it, medical center? And then come to the election and say, oh, I was part of this creating of this medical center. If this road is bad, why can't we do like, okay, as a community, and I wanted to be in the next government, I want to be the next member of parliament or MCA, I contributed 2 million for this road to be tarmac. But we use those small things, those things that touches the heart of the common man, that poor man, to get their vote. These things can be done even in the constitution, and we know that we have the rights in there. That's why I don't want to say Raila can do this, Ruto can do this, Mudavadi can do this. These are the things they use every now and then. If they are serious about the wheelbarrow and the 6,000, we can do that on the labor law, change the labor law, increase the minimum wage, give tax credit to the factories. We have the Montana mafias. They have a lot of factories. We have Indians. We have what? Give them tax credit that you're trying to give the students. Let them say, let's do 24 hours on your table. I will give you tax credit for the next 2 years. Employ 24 hours a day. Because we're already even doing the 24 hours. The government can say, now police will never do 12 hours. They will be doing 8 hours, 8 hours. There you created an employment for the youths where they can go to employ on the police. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you finish poverty. Another thing, why are we taking our girls in Saudi Arabia for 40,000? But here in Kenya, you're paying your house help 3,000, and you have 2 wives. All these 2 wives, 3 wives is from the politicians. When you increase the minimum wage and say for every 1 hour, this is the amount of money you're paying the house help. So if you want have 30 kids, this is how much you're gonna pay to cater for that house help person, so that you can go do your politics, you can go do whatever. You find a marry 50 wives, that's up to you. But the minimum wage and hourly payment, that will create and help our ladies not to go to Saudi to be what? To be slaves. And that will control us not popping out kids. Because you know, when you pop up kids and you don't have money to pay a house help, then you gotta control your whatever God gives you. That's my second point. I'm gonna be very short, by the way, and I think you guys are taking notes. My final point, whereby I think Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila shoot themselves on the foot with the BBR, is about what I was telling you, Mwango, is, and not Mwango, the moderator, that I believe now is a high time that we make our judges being elected with us. The power belongs to me and you. The power doesn't belong to the president or anybody. Let us elect them and let us take them accountable. If they don't do anything, we can petition them. We can take them for whatever channels we decide to do. And that's how you make judiciary. It's happening here. And I promise you, tomorrow, if I will be around, I will make sure I take pictures of all the campaign around my area, how the judges are actually campaigning for their election. It's happening. And if you cannot hold on, you can even Google how United States do their election on the judges. It's there. It's working. We are copying United States Constitution. We can still bring this and avoid this problem of ombudsman. Let judiciary be independent. The only thing they can do for us is to let us give us those powers and let the people decide who judge should sit where, the Supreme Court and everything. We need to vote for them. Thank you. Question, I can answer. Very short and clear.
Andrew, thank you very much. I think you are clear enough. And Mwango, what is it? Unmute.
So,
Mwango, unmute.
I have a question for Andrew about the last point. Electing judges. You know, here in Kenya, majority of us are semi-literate. And you know, judges are those who are professional.
What did you say? Hold
majority
on.
of Kenyans. Majority of Kenyans are semi-literate.
Based on what?
Majority of Kenyans, if you look at those who are maybe graduates and having diplomas.
Give me a reference, please. Give me a reference, because I have a reference.
Okay, let me finish my point.
You
According
cannot
to
say
the last
most
time
of
I
the
checked,
Kenyan semi-literate just like that. You give us where you get that information from.
Mwango, that data is available. Give it. It's available. Give it to Bernard, please.
The last time I read about the data about the Kenyan literacy level, if you come at the average, majority are semi-literate. Majority.
Oga,
if
tell
you
me
come
you
at the
don't know, I
average,
give it to you. Okay.
So those who are the top, those who have maybe degrees and diplomas.
Bernard, if you have some statistics, you can weigh in.
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard, can I weigh in into that also? Yeah. I think Mwango is right, but the term he's using is quite sensitive. You know, when he says semi-literate.
Right.
No, let me support him. Let me support him. Let me support him, Bernard. Bernard, you have asked a question. Let's answer that question. We're answering your question. I'm
So
helping
can I answer
Mwango
it
to
first?
answer the question.
So the question is on
answering the question.
Can I finish?
Order,
Mwango,
everybody. Order.
Yes.
I was supporting you, Mwango, on giving that evidence. I only said that the language you used was not the right one. But as far as I'm concerned, you are right. You are right that we have not achieved the literacy that makes us an elite country. That's what I was trying to get to. But if you have facts, then move on, Mwango.
Okay, yeah, okay. Thank you for the help. So being if you compare our level of education, we don't have that capacity to vet a judge. You see, these ones are professionals, okay, and they need a professional body who can vet that this is the right judge, who have got the right qualification to be a judge. But now, if you take the judge to us as now citizens that now elect a judge, we don't have that capacity, and that's how we will end up electing very poor judges who don't have the right qualifications
we are
all
able
those
to
positions.
vet the president. We are able to vet the governors. We are able to
Thank you. So let me answer you. Let me answer you before you go on.
Yeah.
When I say that we have to elect the judges, before the judges come to the citizens for us to vote for them, we have IEBC. The way president will have to take his papers to the IEBC and being vetted and look that he has all the degrees and everything that needs to be a president, right?
Yeah.
Number two, within that IEBC, we can have that thing. The person who you think that the people we think that they can actually be on the body of vetting the judges to make sure that IBC have the right judges to present to the common mwananchi. For example, like what is going on about the common, the lady who killed the white dude, and now he's going through this situation that we are, DPP. I don't know what. It's a crazy thing. We will judge that judge according to how many judges he has made within a period of 2 years that he was elected, how many bad judgment he has made. Because the difference of a judge and an MCA, you can track the cases that he has judged to the mwananchi. All those things can be considered as part of their CV to be taken to the IBC, and the IBC will have a panel that is professionally, that there's a criteria that you have to pass. It's not going to be like an MC. You don't have to have a degree for you to be what? To be an MC. It's not going to be like we have now Sonko, who is a governor, and I don't know if he had degree or what. I don't want to know about that. But this one, we know that you are a judge. You have been going to school. You have made good judgment. You have done this. That's why I'm saying, let's get the power on us. That's why I'm not talking about Ruto today, and I'm not talking about Raila. Let's get the power on our hands. Let judiciary be independent. Thank you.
Okay, still on Andrew. From your statement, you mean that somebody who has already been a judge, who has handled several cases, now coming to be elected again as a judge, or what do you mean? Because it's like that when you
okay,
are
what I'm just trying to say, With the judges, you don't have a limit of how long you're gonna be. But as a Supreme Court judge, as a president of Supreme Court, you have a limit. Okay?
Yeah.
So let's say the way we have MPs, MP doesn't have a limit of being an MP. MC doesn't have a limit of being an MP, but governor have a limit of being a governor, right? So with the judges, we know the top Supreme Court, there's a limit of them being there, like as a president, right? So now with the judges, if we feel that these judges, he has been there for 3 elections, but he's still making same mistake, you as a voter or as an IBC, we have that track record, we have that paper trail that is on the court that we can say, hey, this and this and this and this, we don't feel that you're qualified, or even if you're qualified, you as a person, you as your name, you can go back and say, hey, I don't, and then they will have to go to the ground and convince us that I need to be a judge. This is what I can do better if you give me another chance. So they will be, citizens will take them on accountability on what they are doing on their offices. Get me right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I think we let that settle there. Other confirmation you will do later. I have on the private chat, I put the current level of literacy in Kenya according to World Bank, and it is at 81.53. That cannot be majority of Kenyans are semi-literate. Can we go to Patriot?
Oh, yes, thank you. My fellow comrades, I think you guys are doing a wonderful job. Today, the discussion has been great. I have my personal complaint. I can't air it here. I'll put that on the private side of the story. Well, that's neither here nor there. But I want to ask that you allow me to congratulate the way you've conducted yourself today. I think this has been awesome and wonderful. I'm asking that Andrew should not disappear. Please, I want to see your face because there are a few things I want to speak to what you have submitted on, and that will be fair. Andrew, when you brought up the issue of having an alternative way of picking our judges, before I even came to the platform, I saw that to be a very brilliant suggestion. And I actually agree with you that the problem that was there in the BBI, the issue that came up, which castigated the good, the good book, the BBI, was because it looked like the ombudsman was an institution that was leaning to the executive. And that is what brought jittery. We are talking about independence of institutions. So, and when you talk about government, we talk about 3 institutions: legislative, judiciary, and executive. They must be independent for democracy to actually prevail and progress in a country. So to some extent, they were right to argue the way they did. But I also want to say that the drafters of the BBI did not have any sinister motive by introducing that. For some of us who are privy to the reasons behind the introduction of the ombudsman, we know it is because of the history that is glaring before the country, where we are seeing a good number of judicial officers who have become rogue, who are being bribed, who are becoming disciplined to rule in favor of the people who are actually curtailing the progress of our country. There's a lot of concern on how judicial service, is conducted in this country in the person of the judicial persons. So that has been the reason that informed the opinion that was picked from the public to think probably the way to deal with that is to have a neutral body that will look into the discipline, of the judiciary. So that's how it came about. It didn't mean that they were adding power to the president. But now that perception carries the day as far as politics is concerned, that's what carried the day. They actually managed to drum that so much to the extent that, of course, those who are felt threatened, and those were the judicial, service persons. Of course, they had to rule against the ombudsman and the entire BBI, because in my view, the spirit of the introduction of the ombudsman was correct. Okay, but the data is what seemed not to be clear, whether that was adding power to the president or it was going to enhance the independency, which we think is actually in the balance between the executive and the judiciary. So I agree with you that if we can have our judges vetted and put through an election process, we will get better judges who are answerable to the people, not to their fellow judges. Okay, we will have an independent body that has nothing to do with the judicial system. As far as the persons of the judges are concerned, when it comes to their performance, they only execute discipline instead of. Then we have the commission. So I'm trying to say that the judges will be more reliable. They know they'll be answerable to the people than the way, the other way around. So I agree with you, Andrew. Most of the developed countries, they actually elected their judges. That's very true. So the other point I want to, in summary, because I don't want to tire you guys, you've been here for long, is that for sure, when you look at the rally of Meru, the Ameru people, for your information, the Kisis regard the Ameru people as their cousins historically. And when you study the history of, how the Marians have transcended through the culture of their life, the food they eat, their behavior, the emotional, the emotional character of a Meru compared
Can I interject in a minute? There's something I just wanted to add before I forget. I'm sorry. When we do the election with the judges, that will help even the lawyers that goes and bribe judges, because a judge will not allow any lawyer to come and mess his job. Thank you. That's what I wanted to add on that.
Oh, thank you for that, Andrew. So I don't mind. I wouldn't have forgotten even. You would have taken a minute. I would have still remembered to execute what I was doing. So thank you so much. So I was saying Kisis and Merus. When you look at them, there's a lot of similarities. Okay, and so Kisis called Meru people cousins. So as a person who was blessed to be born to the parents of Kisis, I think I can speak a little bit of the behaviors of the Merus. When I look at how the rally was conducted, how they were behaving, I think I have some authority to speak about the Meru people. And for sure, if there's a Meru person here, they will agree that we can tell a little bit of who Amerus are without necessarily starting the Amerus if you're a Kisi. So let me speak from my standpoint as a Kisi. The Ameru people are people who are very emotional. Emotional in the sense that if they are annoyed, you will see the annoyance. If they are happy, they will not hide it. You will see the happiness. So the rally, when you look at it very clearly, and the way Baba was received, I will tell you, it's a done thing. It's a done deal. The die is cast. Those guys were happy, and especially when Joe spoke about the tax credit that is giving to the Miraa, which is going to Mombasa. You saw the jubilation, and that is exact. To me, that is worrying to the DP. Man, that was worrying. It was timely. That gives me the enigma and the kind of a brain Raila is to as far as forming up a team that comes in strategically to read the moods of the people and tell them what they want to hear. That was good. That was calculative. And trust me, it is something that today has sent, the DP think tanks to the drawing board. That's just one of the things that came as very clear when I looked into that. The other thing that I want to speak to is that truth be told, as things are going today, I sit preaching, knowing that the DP is losing for obvious reasons. Let's be very clear here. It is wrong to say, and I think this is where you're wrong, Andrew. I don't agree with you. It is wrong to say that the next election will be purely on economic issue discussion. It is not going to be an economic discussion. It's not going to be an economic based argument as far as the election is concerned. It is a mixture of Githeri, Mokimo, Maugali, and everything. And let me define what that means here. I know for sure there is the issue of economic models that is going to carry the day as far as the future days of politics are concerned, and the electioneering, moods and all stuff like that. But there's something that you need to be reminded to, Andrew. There is also a very high degree of lies, and sloganeering that is actually spilled on top of these plates that you see around. Because for sure, it is not true that today you want to tell me that you are going to be a president who is ignoring that corruption is the biggest problem we have today. You make sure that you replace that with slogans, with the insults against your competitors, and at the end of the day, you tell me you're going to have the best model to get out the country's economy that is actually on the bended knees today to the next level, while assuming, without mentioning, that corruption is one of the serious cancer that you must deal with. That would be a lie. Any model today, tomorrow, and in the future that might work in any country that is languishing in economic, dilemma like this country must include the discussion of dealing with corruption. So where corruption is not a discussion in your agenda, clearly it is clear that Kenyans should not listen to any other nonsense. It is sloganeering. It's an issue of being smart than the other. And I will tell you, it is clear and proper to say that you are going to have a mix of issues that are going to run the campaign of tomorrow, not just the issue of economy. There is lies, there is propaganda, and of course, still the issue of calling Baba those funny names, it is still here and there, and you know that. So my last thing that I want to speak to, it is on the conclusion, of course, which is this. This country must progress beyond the year that is just ahead of us, which is 2022. For sure, I want to believe that God is with us. The things that we need to do today, just know that they will judge us when the history is made tomorrow, because tomorrow they will look at this as the history. So I want to believe that peace is very important on how we carry our things. We must be peaceful, tolerant, the way Bernard has always emphasized as a man of God. And I want to believe for sure this is the most elaborate, clear-cut election that will not be contested, that is going to come out, and it's coming out naturally. We will not struggle. In fact, it is correct to say that the winner will struggle to lose. The winner of this election is actually struggling to lose. It is very clear that the separation of the day and night is there. I want to tell you, brothers, don't worry. Whoever you want to vote for him. Democracy will decide on the numbers. And I want to believe that the right leader, the right president for this country, it is going to be very clear. By the time we get to May next year, trust me, the winner will be known. And I'm sure we will be able to start, entertaining and preparing to understand that we must accept the presidency of some of the people that you think will not be. That is where things are going to be. For me, I'm comfortable, and I want to pray for this country, which I think you also want to, so that we move on as a country. It is just a process, and it will pass. And the other thing you must know is that the next economy, the next economic, element that will be anchored in the next government will actually correct this country. Don't worry. I mean, God is with us. Things are going to be fine. That's my take. May God bless you.
Just a quick reminder, like when I was talking about the economy, I said when the economy, that's where the corruption talk will come in. I was just trying to be short and clear.
Yeah, but Andrew, you can listen to the YouTube later. What you said, I listened to you clearly. You said that this election is going to be on the discussion of the economy, and you did not mention the other ones. I've only included the list. I've only
Okay,
said
I
it
got
is
you
a
now. Thank
mix.
you.
Yeah, that's what I said, Andrew. Thank you so much. Okay.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
A rebuttal?
Mwango, you have what?
A rebuttal to Patriot. There's a point that Patriot has said that by May, a winner will be known. I don't know if by May election will have occurred, or I don't know. Can you explain? I think election is August 2022, and that's when we will know the winner.
Okay, Mwango, I wanted to end this show by 3, and I have 3 minutes.
Yeah, okay, just
3 a.m.
clarification.
I don't want that
Patriot.
to
Election is
overstretch.
2022 August, not May.
He said it's going to be clear. Okay, clear means if somebody is ahead, it will be clear who is ahead by May.
It will be difficult to gauge by May without a measure.
According to you, not according to him. So both of you use whatever criteria you want to use. Please.
Mwango,
Let me make
1 minute, Bernard. Just one. I'll take a second or 30 seconds. Bernard,
okay.
I mean Mwango.
Yeah?
I'm sure you sat for your KCSE. You did?
Yes.
Did you do your mock? You remember those exams you used to call mocks? The mock exam?
Yes.
The mock exam comes before the main exam. You know that?
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yes, I remember.
So why was mock introduced? Mock was to give you the gauging of your preparedness for the exam. So when you do the mock will tell you whether you'll pass the exam or not. So by May, the mock will have actually given us that. Yeah.
So from that your analogy, it means that we will have something like a mini election because mock.
No. I mean the way the campaigns are going. No, the mock is this. It is me who is telling you, Mwangi. Let's finish. It's me who has brought it up. What I mean is this. Elections are moving on. Lies are being debunked here. All right. The clarity of definition of who stands by what, who supports who. By the time we are going to May, all right, we will have done nominations of parties. Okay. It will be very clear. You can gauge from the strength of those who is following who is going to win from the demographics of this country. That's how it
just
goes,
tell him
Mwango.
the mock is we just tell him the practical mock that we are going through now. That's the practical mock.
Mwango ameelewa is a brilliant guy.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Now, just a minute. Just a minute.
Gentlemen, order. Mwango,
just a minute. To me, according to me, according to me, just give me a minute.
I'm going to begin to use my judicial powers.
Just according to.
I want us to hear from Bogwa. From there, we hear from Oka, and we get out of here. Bogwa, are you there?
Hello.
Hello. Welcome. Give us your take, and before we get out of here.
Good morning.
Morning to you.
I think I'll go without camera.
Just carry on. We can endure that one for now.
Okay, I've been following the show for a long time, but today I feel like coming in after this WG. He made some remarks about Kabogo and some guys surrounding William Ruto. For his information, Kabogo was not reached out during the nomination. There was one propaganda that came up during that electioneering period about our women, and that's how Kabogo lost. He was not reached out during preliminaries. Then about those surrounding the DP, my MP Kimani Ichung'wah, can he tell me something or any scandal maybe related to Kimani Ichung'wah? Thank you.
Who brought up that? Was it WG?
Yeah, WG.
WG, are you there? Okay, WG seems to have has been carried. Patriot, do you have something to say on that?
I want to say this. Maybe we are not in the business of discussing parliamentary leadership. As much as that is an important point, Bugwa, that you have actually raised, it's good to want him to know. We might not know what is happening in this country at the constituency levels because we are nationalists and we come from different.
Can you guys hear me?
Hello, who is that?
Hello.
I am talking, my brother. Can I finish, sir?
Can you hear me?
WG.
WG, we called you, you did not answer, so relax.
You're always disciplined, WG. Don't interrupt me, please, sir. And I have a lot of respect for you. Can I finish,
Hello?
sir?
Hello.
Patriot, go ahead, go ahead.
Hello.
Mbugwa, so I was saying that
Okay.
the issues you have raised are okay. It's only that this platform is a bit nationalistic, and our focus mainly is on the presidential debate that is going to define where our country is moving. So really, we might not have the facts within our fingertips to give you that, but since WG has come, he might maybe give whatever information he has about that. That's what I wanted to say before he came on board. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Probably I will say something about Mbogwa's questions, not specifically on Ichung'wah or the rest, but there is a general feeling from the mountain and other places that the DP's involvement in the nomination was deliberate to see to it that the strong sons of the mountain don't make it into the parliament or into getting into parliament, lest they will pose as a challenge for him to get the mountain for his bid for 2022. And that is why we had, you remember the delegation that went to see Baba of Mount Kenya leaders that were not elected or failed to sail into the parliament. And so it is just generally taken that way. Specifically on Ichung'wah, I don't have anything against him or on him yet. But the reason why I believe that general
It's not
feeling
about
is
the
that
general. It's about he mentioned Kabogo. I'm specific. He said Kabogo. It's good when you give facts, so you give examples. You don't generalize, because among those one we have
I
our
am not
leaders.
the one that said it. I'm just
Excuse
trying
me,
to
I
weigh
am
in.
the
So
one. Bernard.
hold on. WG is here. He will defend the issue. I just don't want to spend time on something that can be handled and can be understood. So WG,
Bernard,
what do you have on Mbogwa
just-
is challenging your take on Mbogwa on Kabogo and Ichung'wah?
Just like you've mentioned, there was a strong belief, and we didn't derive it from out of nowhere. There was a big fallout, and there were some murmurs within the corridors of Jubilee then. In fact, by then, the Jubilee was still quite intact. The issue of a handshake had not even emerged yet. But there were those complaints that the DP's handling of nomination in the Jubilee targeted some people. There were some people he strongly felt that should not make it to parliament. So, this has been a notion, and I've heard even Kabogo himself, has not been happy about that. He is still, he has been complaining about that people pushed him away out of the knee. And many of them, legislators from Central, complained, especially the senior politicians. So it's not, unless he's hearing it for the first time.
Okay, can we have that be rested there, Mr. Mbogo?
I'm not satisfied.
Uko na la ziada?
I'm not satisfied about Kabogo. I'm from Kiabuka.
No. I don't want. I wouldn't even want us to discuss one person. If something is given as an example, it should not be turned into a subject.
No, it should. If you bring it in discussion, you should have fun. Otherwise,
I am saying when something is given as an example, it doesn't become a subject. Except you want to divert from the subject, we begin
we don't want to divert.
But
yes,
but
so let's stick in the middle of the road, conclude the show with the understanding. In fact, this show was about the rally in Meru and the DP's meetings in the coast.
Yeah. So, but is it a lie that there has been some murmurs and complaints within the Jubilee quarters that
No,
the nominations were not done properly?
Yes.
The WG, Bernard has made it very clear. Let's remain to the substance of the day, if you don't mind, sir, because the other one is actually getting us off the track.
Yeah, and we don't have the time to spend on that, number one. Number two, let's just look at the country generally. What are the undertones that came out clearly in Baba's visit in the Rift Valley? There was this ambassador that complained that most of the former civil servants, people that were key stakeholders into Kibaki and Moi's government, it looks like they have been relegated. They are deliberately locked into the political space, and that it looks like it is what gives the DP space to swim freely without being questioned. So it's a matter of food for thought, and we are free to look at it from all angles. But
Bernard, I just have a challenge for you. If you give me a minute, not a minute, a second.
Yes.
If it's possible, I'm just praying. If it's possible on your end, maybe tomorrow or maybe in the course of the week, can we just have a discussion not about Ruto, Raila, but on the basis of how we can get unemployment lowered down in Kenya? Because I believe in this channel, there's a lot we can learn, especially now we know a lot of people are watching us, and discuss that. Because I think all of us, we have a solution, but our solution cannot get on the right platform, maybe back at home or maybe with our leaders. Thank you.
Andrew, you're wrong. Sorry, Bernard, let me take on him. Andrew, you're wrong on that, because the common denominator today in any discussion that you want to make is the common denominators is the current aspirant for the job of the CEO of this country. They are common denominators. Hao ni chumvi, hao ni nyanya na ni kitunguo. You cannot avoid them because you'll cook any meal and you'll find them there.
All right. Okay. Both of you are right. Both of you are right. Andrew, we can discuss job, unemployment, and the rest, but it should not be curtailed that we shouldn't talk about these other people because we are talking about this. So, in a free democracy, we should let people think freely. So, and it's a good suggestion. It's something to look at. like last night we had a discussion on the politics of economics. It did not have a very good feedback, but it is something that we need to get into. Kenyans have come a place whereby when something demands a lot, some kind of degree of thinking, we kind of want to run away. We just want to play around with words aimlessly. And I think that's not a good culture. If you're going to secure the future, we must give ourselves to proper thinking through of everything that we want to pass on to the next generation. Now, my friends and comrades, thank you very much for making time for this show. I'm going to give you 30 seconds each to give your closing remarks, and we are out of here, starting with community ancestor.
Yeah, thank you, brother, for giving me this chance in order to for me to give my last submission. First, my advice to all presidential candidates is that kindly let them not in fact splash their cash kiolela olela, because BBI was to protect maybe the second most person who will be able to garner some good votes, but in the end BBI went away. So if you splash your money right now and you fail to get that presidency, in fact, for the last 5 years, you remain in the cold, crying and yapping outside. So let them to be very, very careful when they are campaigning. Let them not splash money. Then the other thing, I want to agree with the WG about Deputy President Ruto, that in 2022 he can be able to change the constitution if his hands were not in support of civil society and the churches who made the fall of BBI. But God knows. But if his hands were not there, then he can't be able to change the constitution. The last point, I agree with Andrew that judges must be voted by wananchi. That one, in fact, I appreciate a lot, because how can learned judges of High Court and the Court of Appeal just throw away BBI because of ombudsman? Just they overlooked the amount of money which were coming to the constitution, to the constituencies. What I could have thought, they could have used Solomonic ruling that what is the problem here? It is this ombudsman, and maybe it is APCD. But look now, this we as Kenyans, in fact, we have lost a lot. But nevertheless, what I'm praying, let us, we Kenyans, more so young people, those who haven't taken their cards for casting their ballot come 2022, time is running out. Kindly visit the IPC desk near your area, go and register, so that come 2022, August 9, you elect a person who is going to ensure that your life is well taken care of in as far as economic problems are concerned. I thank you, and have a very good night or good day.
Okay, thank you, community ancestor. And you did not take the 30 minutes. I mean, the 30 seconds. You took 3 minutes. Please, let's limit ourselves. Makwea Miyogo, you're asking how can you join participate in the debate? There's a link right behind, in the inbox. I mean, on the comments. You click on it, and you will find yourself in here. Although we are winding up. We go straight to Mwango. Mwango, give your closing remarks quickly in 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. The debate has been okay. It has been fruitful. We have discussed, and things are good. Okay, for the rally in Meru, yes, there was crowd, but I don't think that the crowd can translate to votes. Be it all, we'll wait 2022 August to see if those crowds really were votes. Ruto is in coast and is doing very well. And tomorrow he will be concluding his rallies in Lamu. And then from there, he'll also go back to Mount Kenya and other areas, still campaigning so that he can get the votes. We are praying for him as he also tries to woo voters so that by August 2022, he will win the highest seat on land, the presidency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mwango. Let's go to Andrew.
My take is going to be very simple. And I think, Bernard, there's one day I was here and I promised you that I'm going to do something about the voter registration without helping our young, or maybe try to help them and understand why they need to register. I did it. And my response that I did it is like, since the registration was open, I've been hosting people at my village. And so long as you come with the registration ID card that you have done it, you get a free breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And so far in Rarieda, at my constituency, West Assemble, we are now getting into over 1,000 registered members. So we need to encourage our politicians, rather than running around and talking on the public like the way they are doing now. I think they should concentrate and take their members of parliament to go back to the ground and register people. Without that, you'll just be hyping here for no good reason. Thank you so much. And I hope you appreciate me coming back to you, that I promise you I'll do that.
Thank you for being a patriot and doing the right thing. Registration, the sensitization of people to register as voters is a very right move to make, and let everybody play their part. There is
including not taking my name. Andrew is not patriot.
You people, why do you want to turn me into a lawyer? I am just a man. Okay. We will battle out the name later. But I want everybody to play their part where you are. Let people go and confirm the enemy. I was saying that there is a general feeling of voter apathy throughout the country. And so if we don't step up and ensure that within these 30 days, we have gotten enough people to register, we are making a lot of people not to make a decision on where the country is going. And those people who have not made a decision will become a burden to us after a wrong decision has been made on their behalf. So let us all shoulder that responsibility and do what is required. There is Adams too. You have just come. Relax there. We are coming for you. We will give you the privilege of saying the last word. We'll organize that. WG, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Bernard. I want to urge all Kenyans to come up together to join the same shape to protect this country for posterity. If we joke around with it and take things lightly, the way I see some UDA members try to take it lightly, we might just end up in a very messy situation. So let it not be about personalities. It's not the time to argue that I don't want to support Raila because of this and that. So far, the way things are shaping, he's the only hope we have. How it has gone is the front runner, and I would urge even the Oka guys to leave aside, put aside their petty differences and petty wishes, and come in full board, full throttle, to come and join Raila just to secure this country for posterity. Thank you. Can I continue?
No, you're finished, WG.
Where is Bernard?
Where is Bernard?
Sorry, you want to continue or you are concluding? Your 30 seconds are over. We go to Mbogwa.
Okay. Thank you for that discussion we have had. We continue to engage each other, running something different, but campaign are going on well. Ruto is in the coast. Baba was in Meru. Let's not forget about there is Oka factor. That one also might time it may be soon. Maybe it can change ways. You can think maybe Raila is going this way, Ruto is going this way, but that is a factor in waiting. We don't know which they throw their weight which side. Also, there is the DP factor. What if Raila take DP from Mount Kenya? What about Ruto take DP from Mount Kenya? What can happen? All those scenarios we are expecting. So, still it's too early to call it now, but we'll keep waiting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. A very good way to look at it. Everyone should not be taken for granted. This is our nation, and everybody's input is required. So I want to give Patriot the last word. So allow Adams to come in, and Adams will take a minute for the benefit of having come right now.
Adam or me, sir?
Adams too. Unmute and speak.
Okay.
All right. Good evening, everyone. From my end, I just want to tell you guys that I really enjoyed your show. I've been watching behind the curtains. A very good and really productive stuff going on here. You may not know, but we watchers, we really appreciate. You have very tangible issues to talk about that we've been talking about, and as a matter of fact, politics controls all walks of life. It cuts across religion, tradition, our daily lives, education, economy, everything. You can't really put it aside. There is nothing you can discuss without politics. Politics dictates our daily life. So it's been a very good discussion. I appreciate you guys. I will also come in maybe next time. I don't know how the program is. I'll try to come into the show earlier so that I may also give my input in so far as everything else is concerned. Otherwise, I don't want to take much of your time. I don't want to be relevant because I wasn't part of the show before. And I just wish you guys well and have a good night from my end. Thank you so much. And bye.
Okay, thank you very much for being brief. And now for you to be up to date when we will be live another time, you join our WhatsApp group where we cook these things before we come here. There is private chat right beside the studio. You will drop your number there, and then we'll add you to the group. You will be updated when next we are coming to do live.
Okay, right away. I'm doing that. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Patriot, take the last word.
Okay. Thank you so much, my fellow panelists and comrade. I am more than delighted to be part and parcel of this show. You all know that. We are excited. Community ancestor, you always excite me. But today I want to underscore the value that has been added by our two new entrants, Adams too and Bugwa. You are awesome. Your speech is clear, and I think we encourage you to show up again. Bugwa, you have shown that you can be a political analyst. Trust me, the few words that you've spoken have been understood. The third force, which is the Oka, are truly the people who might decide where the tide will go. And I think it is very premature for any sides to ignore that group. I think I am happy to hear that from you. Nevertheless, I wanted to say this as I conclude very quickly, Bernard, that when you look at the political optics, it is very clear that there is a new sheriff in town. When you look at the optics of politics today, the two rallies, Meru and the one in Mombasa, trust me, there is a new sheriff in town. Thank you, Kenyans.
Okay, thank you, Patriot. Godfrey, is this Godfrey or Geoffrey? Geoffrey Charani, karibu kwa show. Vipi?
Poa sana ndugu yangu.
Umekuja kuchelewa na kupatia dakika moja, atoa oni lako, neno lako la mwisho, tunang'atuka.
Thank you kwa nafasi, ngawa nimechelewa, lakini kaona ni heri nikuja hata nikiwasalimia, nitakuwa nimefanya vizuri. Kwanza nitawasalimu ndugu yangu Bernard, kuna Ancestor, Patriot, Mbugwa, WG na Adams too. Thank you for this forum, and thank you very much for a good discussion you're having all the time here. And this is what we need in our country, especially to sensitize the youth, the importance of choosing the right leadership. Let me say this, nitasema kwa machache ya kwamba let us continue urging our people in the ground to register as voters, and also know that this coming election is going to determine our future, because if we mess up, then we're going to ruin the life of many millions Kenyans who are struggling. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate all of you. Please, let's keep the conversation going. Ensure that you subscribe to Mtembei TV so that you are notified anytime we are coming on. I also want to announce that we have a special program where we are interviewing aspirants. If you want to be an MCA, a member of parliament, a senator, a governor, we have a special program for the same, where you can be interviewed on this channel, and then you sell your agenda to your constituents. So if you have your cousin, your brother, your uncle, your relative that would want to use this platform to talk to his constituents, you inbox us the information, we get in touch and let that happen. Otherwise, you are valuable and great as far as this platform is concerned. Your input is taken seriously. Just want to shout out 1, 2, 3 names, and then we pray and we're out of here.
Bernard, before you go there, a second, just a second, exactly a second.
Yes.
Mbugua, I appreciate the emblem, the flag of Kenya behind you. That's awesome, Mbugua. Keep it up. That's great of you, man. Yeah, it is a good sign. Thank you. Back to you, Bernard.
Thank you, Mkenya halisi. Mbogo, unajivunia kuwa Mkenya, si tukivimulia. Kwa nini?
I'm proud of my country.
Okay. That's very good of you. Thank you so much. We believe in this country, and we look forward to making it even greater and bigger. The potential of this country is so huge that if it's placed in proper hands, will be the talk of the world. In the positive side, that's my belief over this country. So something to be proud of. Well, I want to thank God for Makwea Nyogo. Thank you for tuning in. Kiprop Kipketich. If I misspell your name, forgive me. It is my mother tongue. Then we have, who else? There's Victor Obote. Victor Obote has been on my neck since he came. But you're welcome. This is a free world where you're free to express yourself. Noel Rotich, thank you so much for tuning in and staying tuned to Mtembei TV. We value and salute your contribution. Wycliffe Machora, thank you so much. Boni Ochieng, asante sana. Caris Official, you tried joining several times and you couldn't because your gadget had issues, but I believe next time you will be able to go through. I just want to appreciate all of you. Thank you. Let's keep the conversation going, and we'll pray as we close the show for today and then resume later. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for allowing us to go this far in shaping the direction for this country by airing on what is going on. How we pray that you will be the Lord of all as far as this country is concerned, that your name will be exalted in this land and you will be honored by all. We pray for the president, his deputy, and every other leader at all levels, led by your wisdom, make this nation to be governed in the right direction. Deliver us from the wrong path, rescue us from wrong decision. Give us leaders after your own heart, people that will put the interest of this country ahead and help this country arise from where it has fallen and become the sign and the wonder that you've ordained it to be. We give you thanks and bless you. Be magnified and be glorified. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
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 Thank
Thank
you
you,
so much.
everyone. Patriot, you are saying something?
No, you ran ahead of me. I wanted to ask Mbuga to pray for us. You want to first. Today I've made a lot of jokes. I wanted Mbuga to pray for us, but
So, Bogwa, you are
went.
booked. Tomorrow's session, you are the one going to pray. So,
Tomorrow.
make sure you are staying
Okay.
until the 11th hour.
Okay.
Thank
Tiko
you.
Mbogwa. Mbogwa Negwo.
Negwo.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you,
That's
Mbogwa.
deep. That's deep. Thank you all. Have a nice day. Let's enjoy interacting. Let's do what is the right thing, no matter the being enticed to do otherwise.